Ladies and gentlemen, I'm awake, and we're back, and ready for Classic Plus news, okay? 100% chance that we are gonna be getting Classic Plus news today, okay? It is not us being way too dramatic. It is not us wanting to hope for the best, okay? Absolutely not, 0% chance, okay? Yo, I'm awake, okay? I'm awake. The classic WoW roadmap is today. Let's be honest. No, we probably are not hearing anything about Classic Plus today. If a Classic Plus ever actually happens, we're gonna be hearing about it at BlizzCon, okay? There's no way they go live on a random Thursday morning and do a live stream talking about Classic Plus, okay? But here's what we are gonna get. We are gonna be getting some breadcrumbs, okay, about Classic Plus. We're gonna get an idea of the release schedule this year for like the patches and stuff. We're gonna be getting some WoW Midnight stuff. WoW Midnight is happening next month, the next WoW expansion for retail. So we're gonna see how this year is gonna play out. That's what we're gonna get today, okay? And then after that, we're gonna be running a Blackwing Lair and a Molten Core today as well. So today the plan, we're gonna do that. We're gonna raid, maybe a little bit of variety gaming later. Friday we're gonna do AQ40. Friday we're gonna be doing an AQ40 with Soda and with Ampi. Saturday, Coach Esfand returns on Saturday. Just got a job offer from the Vikings. Okay, Coach Esfand. Coach Esfand returns. Saturday, Coach Esfand returns. I got a guild meeting, which is I have a business appointment with my other job, Crusade, before I take this Vikings job. But Saturday, Coach Esfand does return, and then Sunday I will be taking the day off of football work to go to Nax Ramus, which is like a place in Turkey, actually. It's over the seas. So, yeah, that's the plan for the next few days. Monday, we'll see what happens. I don't know yet. We might do more Coach Esfand on Monday. We might do some more AV weekend this weekend. We might do some PvP stuff. We'll see. Wednesday, I'm gonna be at the Super Bowl. It's Super Bowl week. So Wednesday I'll be at the Super Bowl. Tuesday, I don't know, I'm traveling, but I don't know what's happening when, whatever on Tuesday. So I'll be in San Francisco next week for the Super Bowl. But I'm probably not staying for the Super Bowl itself, which would be on Sunday, which we normally do like a Super Bowl watch along. Maybe we'll do like a Super Bowl party or something at this house. And then we'll be in San Francisco doing some stuff. I might miss Burning Crusade launch because Blizzard, for some reason, put it on Super Bowl week. Why? Why did you guys put it on Super Bowl week? Frick, Blizzard. Frick. Maybe I'll take a laptop. Maybe I'll stream on a laptop in the middle of the road or something. I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know. So do we have fun in games, basically? Guys, we have so much fun and we have so much games. We have so much fun, we have so much games, chat. So much fun and so much games, chat. Yo. Go again, you watch the VOD. So, you guys should have to fix your ears. Okay. So. I watched Violence and Guns N' Roses again. Okay, you know what? We're doing a whole stream like this today. Also, it's not on the VOD. Okay. Do you have any insider info about the roadmap, or are you going in blind too? I am also going in blind. Yeah, I'm also going in blind on this one. So. What's today? The WoW roadmap. No, I never did did I ever do a Vikings franchise? I never did a Vikings franchise. Did I do a Vikings? Okay. Dude, my voice. Local defense chat. Yeah, there you go. Man, yes. Chat, today we are gonna do this WoW roadmap. Coping and pretending they're about to class Hazzikostas now instead of at BlizzCon. Yeah, I agree. I think we're gonna get like some breadcrumbs of like to be able to make like inferences about things, but I don't think we're gonna be getting an actual Classic Plus stuff. Bingo card for stream. So here's what we're gonna do before the roadmap, chat. We have about an hour and a half till the roadmap happens. Man, my voice is like There's too much other WoW stuff launching. Yes, there's too much other stuff going on. Yeah, I think there's way too much other stuff going on for them to talk about Classic Plus. But I do think that we'll get like some breadcrumbs, basically from like a release schedule for like what their patch timing is going to be for Burning Crusade, going into Wrath, what they want to do with Mop Classic right now. I think they probably will not do Warlords. Okay. I don't think they'll announce it because I think it'll hurt the announcement at BlizzCon, personally. But again, that's if they even really do it, right? That's if they really even do it. Because, dude, my voice, my throat, dude, I've been doing these long streams again, and I'm starting to get rubbed a little raw, you know? I don't know WoW lingo. What is Classic Plus of the new WoW? It is like some fake made up thing that we made up because we wanted them to do like take Classic WoW and then build on Classic WoW in a way that's not like retail, but it's like Classic WoW, but they add like new content and new stuff off of it. So it's like some made up viewer player thing that people want Blizzard to do. But everybody has their own sort of idea for it. Everybody has their own sort of different idea for it. And to be honest with you, I think the discussion's getting kind of insane because some of the things that people are suggesting, a lot of it is like, well, you're basically just making retail WoW again. Like you're just leading into the same direction of making retail WoW again, which is not like that's not what the game philosophy and the game design of Classic is, right? Now, I say this, and some people are I feel like some people are too low IQ to be able to like listen to a discussion or listen to something and then derive anything beyond like what they hear in the first like 2 sentences. Because when I say something is not classic, I'm not saying it needs to be just like vanilla WoW. I've always been somebody, even from back in the day, people were like, there's no changes stuff. I was the guy, I was like, guys, we got to account for the times. And we got to do little certain things to tweak and adjust for the times. When I say something is not classic, I'm talking about game design philosophies and the way that the game is approached from a design standpoint. That doesn't mean the features, all of them. That doesn't mean all the spells, all of them. It doesn't mean everything has to be exactly like vanilla. But what I do mean is that the classic WoW game design philosophy was entirely different than retail WoW. And I think that if you're making a Classic Plus, there's a reason why there's a big audience of people that did not like retail WoW in the direction that it headed for so many years. Retail WoW is fine. Retail WoW is good in its own right, and it's its own different type of game. But Classic WoW, there's something about it and the way that it was designed that is a lot more appealing and enticing to this different audience of people. Now, some people like Classic, some people like retail, some people like both, right? Some people don't like either. There's a lot of people that don't like either, and that's fine too, you know? Live this early? Yeah, you gotta be, because the announcement thing is happening today. The community is fragmented in multiple pieces and nobody will be satisfied fully. Well, here's what the real problem is. The problem. Today's Classic WoW community is not the same Classic WoW community of the people that were pushing for Classic WoW to be a thing in the first place. There's a lot of like retail transplants they're basically, they're homeless in retail, and then they're like, okay, I don't know what to do anymore, so then they go to Classic because that's like the popular thing. Which, by the way, retail is still plenty popular, but they'll see like the content and stuff like that, and they kind of come into Classic. So the Classic community has changed. Like a lot of the OGs have quit. They've moved on. They gave up on Blizzard. They went back to private servers, and now you have a lot of people that are like, they weren't around for a lot of this discussion, a lot of talking about this stuff years and years and years ago. So they're like, it's like history is repeating itself, and we're having these same exact discussions, and people are bringing up the same exact sort of like crazy ideas from years ago that were already shut down. And it's like, look, I know Classic Plus is not going to be vanilla 100%. Obviously, I don't even think that should be the starting point of the design discussion. I think the starting point of the design discussion of Classic Plus should be the Burning Crusade pre-patch. That's what I think. And you started that Burning Crusade pre-patch, and then you tweak some things up, you tweak some things down, and yeah. I pushed for Classic, and now I don't even think they should have released it in the first place. Yeah. So things have just changed so much, you know. Current WoW will always be the mainline game. It continues the story, evolves, takes risks, and has created a lot of phenomenal memories and design. Yeah, and that's kind of just what it is. Josh Luke, thank you for the 86 months. What's up, man? Thank you, Josh Luke, for the 86 months. Leroy Robinson, thank you for the tier 1. Carcan, thank you for the 9 months. Do you think they end the OG Classic servers or skip to Legion? I think they are more likely to skip to Legion. I don't know, we'll see. I don't think they're gonna do WoD. I have no idea. I think people are going to get upset regardless of how you talk about Classic. At this point, yeah, it's crazy. Because like, it is kind of crazy nowadays, like people are getting very, I'm a fat ass. I saw a crumb of chips and I was like, I have to eat this right now while I'm in the middle of talking. Okay. I need breakfast. Sky, have they announced anything new? No, not yet. I don't think they really will, right? What are you asking for then? A new storyline, new classes, new professions? No, none of that, right? Not necessarily new classes, not even new professions, right? I've been doing these, so Jordy made this thing, it's like a Classic Plus survey. This is not official. This is not official, right? But Jordy, he's a streamer, he made this thing, and it kind of gives us something to talk about. This is not official. This is not Blizzard's thing. This is not real. Okay, this is just a viewer thing. But I'm kind of like, a lot of the questions are too leading, and they like pigeonhole you into certain answers, and it almost like there's a lot of stuff that it's like, why are we even talking about this? And like the survey is super long, so like I'm like there's some of them I'm like, why are we even talking about this? Like this is not what, you know? Yeah, it's crazy. What would Classic Plus look like for you? Well, here's what I want to do. I've actually considered doing this. Is like I should just make a series of. I've considered going straight like back to 2018. It's like style of videos and stuff for me. Like the stuff I did years and years ago with my old videos, my old streams, talking about Classic. Like this was the WoW Classic waiting room. This is the place to be for Classic WoW. Like I'm considering. I'm like, dude. I feel like a lot of people talk about stuff or whenever WoW stuff happens, you see a lot of content occurring where it's like everybody's so like smile and nod and just don't be opinionated on anything. Smile and nod, don't offend anybody, which is like in some ways it's like, okay, it's kind of like the smart thing to do, but it's like, man, like let's like have an opinion on something, be passionate about something, like want the best for the game and the community. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Make general check great again. Yeah. It was a pleasure running into you last night, legend. Oh, this is in Black Rock. Dude, mouse? Where's my mouse? My cursor. There we go. Yeah. So I know we're skipping our normal like just chatting reacts today. I always start my stream and do a bunch of reacts. Today we're kind of getting into the WoW stuff immediately because there's going to be a big announcement thing coming up, a big showcase. But yeah, Esfand the Righteous leading the charge for Classic once again. I mean, look, I feel very strongly about Classic WoW in a lot of ways. Whether it's a Classic Plus, whether it's Burning Crusade, whether it's Vanilla, whatever it is, right? And I've said this before. I don't even think Blizzard has given us the best version of Vanilla WoW, like classic Vanilla yet. I really believe this. I really feel this way. I don't even think Blizzard has given us the best version. I feel like there's definitely some things they did with classic era, Vanilla, whatever it is, classic 2019. Things have gotten like a little bit better. Things have gotten a little bit worse. We just still don't have the best version. And I am not talking about Classic Plus. Okay, I'm not talking about Classic Plus at all. I'm just talking about Vanilla. So this thing hasn't been done right yet, and they probably will never 100% do it right. Unfortunately, I would love for them to. I don't know if it's gonna happen. As an OG myself, I'm right with you, brother. Yeah. Like, man, is my voice bad today? I feel like my voice is bad today. TBC is pretty close to right this time around. Pretty close. I just think that doing everything post-nerf is going to be way too ridiculous. I think a really important thing for Classic is to retain 40-man raids. Well, I don't think they should increase it. You're saying maybe even increase it, but I think 40-man raids is kind of like a core gameplay thing of Classic WoW. That together with the easy to roll that progresses is somewhat challenging as a basis for guilds and community being important. Consistency and showing up beats skill, which encourages more casual players and creates a more healthy player base. Making 20-man raids the main raids for Classic Plus will be a huge mistake. Having bonus raids like ZG and AQ20 is fine though. That's 100% exactly what I think. I think you leave it 40 because that's the way the game is designed. Almost all the YouTubers said get rid of 40-man. I feel like it's because, I'm just gonna be frank, they don't know what they're talking about. Like, there's just a lot of people don't know what they're talking about when it comes to talking about like the design of this game. They didn't, like, they just don't know, you know? The music is too loud. I'm looking at the levels. How is the music too loud? I'm looking at levels. Is there something else going on here?
Maybe your voice is just lower. You know, water is not helping. I gotta try a real man's drink. Music on YouTube? Yeah. So I found a way to get music on the YouTube stream that's different from music on the Twitch stream. I can't even hear it actually, but it's video game music. So hopefully it's gonna be not DMCA. The chatbot is amazing. Thank you. It's custom. We made it ourselves. Isn't it sick?
Made a paladin learning seal twisting and working for Charger.
Nice. There you go, dude. Good luck, man. Good luck, Illuminat. Thank you for the 56 months, man. Harry, man, can you tell me how to get so hairy? Tips and tricks, please. You have to be Iranian. Yeah, start with being Iranian. Yeah, that's the starting point. The starting point of Classic Plus is being Iranian. So you can be hairy. Classic has extremely bad class balance, a lot of specs being mean specs. I'll be honest with you, the balance of Classic is not as bad as people make it out to be. It's bad in PvE. It's not as bad in PvP. Yeah, it's not as bad in PvP, but it's pretty bad in PvE. And that's something a lot of people don't consider. Again, I think the starting point of like the design discussion of Burning Crusade, Classic Plus should be the Burning Crusade pre-patch, because a lot of like the class tuning and stuff like that people talk about, a lot of that stuff.
28 inches.
Huh? A lot of that stuff is addressed in the Burning Crusade pre-patch. That's why I really think that that's kind of where you start at, and then you kind of tweak from there. At least that's how I feel. That's what I think. Is the audio balance better now? Blizzard thought we would accept SOD as Classic Plus. Well, no, Blizzard always said that SOD was like a testing ground, basically. You know? Good. Oh wait, I have to do something real quick. I'll be right back. So that was a fun experiment. What's up, Jazzik? I'm doing well, dude. I'm doing well. It's a great day for Azeroth, everybody. It's a great, beautiful day for Azeroth. SOD was literally Classic with wrath spells. No, it wasn't. I mean, it was a lot of, I'll say this. I think Classic, I think SOD, a lot of the gameplay part of SOD was actually not that bad. I think there was a lot of good gameplay elements of SOD. I think the SOD's problem was the systems. I feel like the systems in SOD were it just felt like a disaster. It didn't feel like I was playing classic WoW in the slightest. It felt like the entire thing just felt like it was just Band-Aid all over it, it felt like Band-Aids. All
Afternoon,
over it.
Esfand.
But the gameplay elements of SOD, a lot of them, like, it was actually, like, was it fun pressing the buttons? It actually was. And that's why whenever I say it felt a lot like a retail minus, and a lot of people feel like it was a retail minus, is because the systems in SOD felt ridiculous. Like there was like a currency bloat. Everything that was added just kind of felt like, hey, we wanted to find a way to add this thing into the game, so we did it through this like ridiculous means that didn't really like feel like you were even playing classic WoW anymore. Now, with that being said, when it came to actually like pressing your buttons and stuff like that, that side of it felt a lot more like you were playing classic WoW than retail. But the system side of the game felt a lot more like you were playing retail with the Band-Aid fixes all over the place. SOD was not the best version of classic ever, no. I feel like SOD appealed to a small subset of WoW players directly. That was the problem with SOD. It appealed to a very small target audience, and it didn't appeal to the core audience of people that wanted classic WoW. That's what I think it was. And there's a reason why a lot of people are always talking about like Turtle WoW now, right? Because Turtle WoW is that sort of like, hey, let's take classic WoW and like just put some sprinkles in it. Let's tweak it a little bit. Let's add content beyond, right? What if it's like you hit level 60 and like vanilla never ended, you know? Which is kind of what the Burning Crusade pre-patch is. Oh, shut up, Artois. You know, like, I'm just so sick and tired of people that don't know shit about this game, like talking about it all the time in ways that's like damaging to the community and damaging to the game. And I feel like just like nobody's being honest. It's insane. Like nobody knows what they're talking about. I'm like sick and tired of it, man. People are just like, I see people like kind of pandering and just trying to appeal to whatever they see immediately. It's just so cringe. Like you just have guys that try and pander and they're fake as shit all the time. Like, let's be honest. Why not discuss with him instead of this? Because, well, I'm just matching his energy, right? I'm just matching the energy because I always discuss with people, you know? Turtle just made the game a little bit better, added some good stories with new raids and zones, and that's all we want. Yeah, I mean, people don't want a whole like rebalancing, like a whole reimagining of the game necessarily, you know? PvP and Turtle WoW is garbage. See, honestly, I wish I had the time to level up and play because I can't really do that. I can't really do that off stream. You know?
Quick question, do you need to buy the 150 skill to ride the
That's all I
exalted
got,
LV
probably got
mountain?
my
If so
dandruff
much
again. I
gold
always get
does it
dandruff.
cost? Thanks for the content.
You are supposed to. Did you guys hear about that bug? Dude, there was a bug that happened that apparently people bought the AV mount and they got free epic riding. Like after like the server reset or something. And they fixed it, but you're supposed to have to pay for the epic riding. Like I think I paid 5.7 for me. Yeah. Yeah, something that we really got to do though, something that's really important for us to do. I think like we got to get this hype train rolling.
Party mode.
Chat, we got a hype train.
Spam your memes for free.
The order
The order
of the oil. A sacred gathering
A sacred gathering, my children.
of of completely normal dudes.
My children,
Just working
Paul,
out.
13.
welcome to the
subscribed.
Classic
In a
Plus waiting room.
completely normal basement.
Welcome to the home.
Remove your clothes.
Gifters wide hard. Gifters wide hard.
The hype train is at level
VT Hockey with the 5 gifted subs. Terrence, thank you for the 5 gifted.
is now the DJ.
Random Paul, thank you for the
The
Twitch
hype
Prime.
train
Cinder King,
is
thank you
at
for the 9
level
months.
3. Terrace 10 is now the DJ. Party mode
Whoever-
has been unlocked. Spam your memes.
Use
for
the
free
overlay on
to
screen on the
accelerate.
screen.
Party mode has
Whoever
been
is in the
unlocked.
lead,
Spam your memes for
chat.
free.
Whoever is in the lead for the hype train gets to pick the songs.
Terrace 10 and Vathaki. 1,973 gifted 5 subs. Razaron and Rizamai subscribed.
Bomb detected on train.
There's a bomb on the hype train.
You've been
Good morning, greetings from NYC. Yeah, what's up, Final Legion?
Lately, dude, it's nice
Camera's
to
great,
see
very
you
professional. Have a great day.
back
Thank you,
with
Slow
WoW.
Casey. Yeah, dude, I'm glad to be back, dude. I'm glad to be back, man. Chat.
Ones cannot diffuse. Bits required. Subs required. Diffuse.
Chat. The order of the oil
Diffuse.
requires more to join the Brotherhood. Any Oilers?
Timer critical.
How about Ascension? I never played Ascension because I didn't like the I didn't like classless WoW. You know what? We're gonna stand up today. Chat, we're gonna stand up. Rise up! Rise up!
Send subs.
My children!
Diffuse the train.
I need robes. It's gonna turn into an Athene stream. I need
RS3
robes.
Is better resubscribed.
Is this the lens of the green screen? Chat. Look. Welcome to the Brotherhood. Okay. Welcome to the Order of the Oil. Guys, it's not a cult, okay? We just love classic WoW. We love classic games, okay? Welcome to the most unique channel on Twitch. I was your filmer, OSRS Leagues, Blizzard doing temporary game mode fun server could be amazing. I actually do think so. I have bad knees. No bad knees on this stream. Nobody in chat is allowed to have bad
Time
knees.
remaining. 2
Okay.
minutes.
Chat, there's only 2 minutes left on the hype train. There's only 2 minutes left on the hype train. Only 7 subs to go to the next level.
Terrace 10
But we're all old.
is leading
No.
this hype train.
Take some glucosamine. You are healed. My holy light shall be blessed upon you. Only 7 subs for the next level of the hype train.
Diffuse.
Sod was done with Stay Level 25 3 months. It was 2 months, but it was too long.
Genocide subscribed.
Can you fix my torn ACL? Absolutely. I don't understand all this hype. They probably won't say anything about Classic Plus. I agree, and I've been saying the same thing. Chat, don't let the train die. Chat, don't let the train die. We only need 7 subs.
Deaf and
Hard Venus.
Venus subscribed.
Hard Venus? Hard Venus? Wait,
Time.
are you a Venus? There's a guy named Venus Pig. Thank you for the Prime. Hawk for
The
Gaming.
hype train is at level 5.
20
Get ready.
gifted subs. My voice.
Party mode has been unlocked. Spam your memes for free. Very impressive. Hawk for Gaming gifted 20 subs.
In the
Matriarchis, Tristalian,
In the name of the light.
and Muckily Gaming.
The prophet
Subscribe.
rises.
Esfand.
Philly Blends subscribed.
The father of retribution.
My torn ACL is healed. Guys, subscribe. IT works.
The battlefield.
Hazzikostas doesn't need to be logged into meme. We log all of our memes. We're going for 99 parse memes. We're logging our memes, chat. 99 parse memes. Two totally, think of the prime. Tristalian, think of the 17 months.
Light be with you.
Sir Crumpler, Tristalian, and Tutoli, subscribe.
Guys,
Give me a big heart throbbing +1 for the party mode.
Subscribed.
Please.
Jan
Please.
Ritter and Philly Blitz,
Please.
subscribed.
Please. Oh, fuck.
Sir Crumpler, 61 months.
The prophecy.
Chat, this channel is a based and a red-pilled channel, okay? Take the red pill, chat. You have to believe in the power of retribution. Believe, chat. Believe in the power of retribution. Okay? Take the red pill.
They say
It's
red's
time.
only 2 buttons. They're wrong.
They're wrong. It's not 2 buttons.
It's 3.
It's 3 buttons, baby.
And I press them harder than anyone. Other classes dash. I just wait and smash. They will come to me.
We got the big old seal twist, chat.
They'll do more than you. Wheelchair to
Any
the top.
gifters wide hearted. Any gifters wide hearted.
Bishop Man, thank you for the 10
Level
gifted
6.
subs.
Bishop Manu is now the DJ.
The Brotherhood.
The order.
Party mode has
order
been unlocked.
of the order.
Spam your memes
Big
for
10
free.
gifted from Bishop Man. Thank you, dude.
Bishop Manu dropped a payload of 10 subs.
It's a big payload.
Just working out.
Propaganda.
Charlie Mack, thank you for the 32 months.
Subscribed.
Cretin, thank you for the 4 months.
Remove your clothes.
Holy aura, how do women even stand being around you?
Coat.
That's right, my aura is so powerful,
hot
women
in there.
can't stand me.
Lots of cardio.
Hobox, subscribed. Charlie Mack, subscribed.
Welcome to the Order of the Oil. Okay.
Cryotson
Welcome to the
and
Brotherhood.
Charlie Mack, subscribed.
Today we get the classic WoW roadmap for 2026 and retail WoW as well. Red Bull athlete, by the way. Absolutely. Isn't this song good? This song is crazy, actually. I did not come up with the lyrics for this. Valorant, thank you for the new tier 1. We're here for one classic, baby.
Order of the oil. New guy has to kneel. Show us that you're real. Prove you want it bad. Make the master glad. Drop it to the floor. Lock and bolt the door. Now the fun begins. Cleansing of our sins. Why is everyone oiled up?
Frick, I'm not hit capped.
Dude, it's for
Frick,
injury
dodge
prevention.
again. Guzu.
Very important to lubricate before you go deep into the squat.
What the hell is this song?
Watching films at night, hold each other tight, sharing body
Wait.
heat, brotherhood complete. Twister on the mat, hands and feet go flat.
Hold on, this song is propaganda. This is not what happens in the Brotherhood. Chat, this is not what
There's
happens.
Dave on top of 3 dudes.
Dave, what are you doing?
Peace. Winning. That's how you win.
What is it?
That twister.
Time remaining 2 minutes.
Chat, don't let the hype train die. Chat, it's just a measly 26 gifted.
4. Gaming has taken the crown
Look.
from Terrace
Hey,
10.
it's just a measly 26 gifted. Just like you're doing your GDKPs. Hey, GDKP. GD, who wants loot today? Hit that. Hey, hit the card, chat. Just give him the big old swipe. Just like your GDKPs. I know you're. I know you're chopping. Oh man, they banned GDKPs. I gotta swipe. Oh, I gotta swipe.
Gifters wide hard to. Any gifters wide hard to.
Brothers,
Thank you for
the train
Thank you for the 5
is
gifts.
fading. Who has the bits? Who has the subs?
Terrace
wants to
10.
join?
Gifted 5
Evercast,
subs.
thank you for the Prime. Thank you, guys. I know you got a Twitch Prime. I know you got an Amazon Prime sub. I know you haven't used your Amazon Prime yet.
Time
I know. Look.
remaining. 1 minute.
Guys, you have a Twitch Prime. I know you haven't. You haven't used it anywhere. Gold is too expensive. The economy is ruined, chat. Don't waste your money on buying gold. You're just gonna get banned. Waste your money on me instead. Guys, give some subs, okay?
22.
Who's gonna get the 1,000? Do we have 1,000 sub gifter? I know you're out.
Time is running out.
Hey, look, only 1,000 subs, guys. Any million sub gifters?
22 subscribed. Unknown
Foot cream.
Guy,
What is wrong with these names?
Slowest and
No
Northern
Then.
subscribed.
Evercast, thank you guys for
There
the
is
Twitch
only
Primes.
12 seconds
Any
left.
gifters wide hard to.
Time's almost up,
Gifters
chat.
wide hard to.
Punch
Time's almost
77.
up. Time's
Violent
almost up.
vibrator.
Any
Expects
gifters
and
wide hard
code
to. Any
POG
gifters wide
subscribed.
hard to.
Here's 10 from me to save the train.
The hype train is at level 7.
Saved!
EsfandTV.
Saved!
Gifters wide hard to.
DJ.
Any gifters
Shock Absorbs, thank you for the Prime. Unknown Black Guy, thank you
Party
for the 5.
mode has been
Hannah Bads with a
unlocked.
5.
Spam your
Chris
memes
J,
for
thank you for the 5
free.
gifted. Midland, thank you for the 25 months.
And Footcore.
Jack.
3 a.m. subscribed. Esfand TV dropped a payload of 10.
But I'm not a weeb.
subs.
Why is the weeb song playing?
Hannabats and Chris JX7 gifted 5 subs.
What, guys, I'm not a weeb.
Figurines are investments. And I watch anime for the plot.
Chris J, thank you for the 1 year. Guys, I'm not a weeb. I don't even watch anime. Okay, listen to me. I'm gonna stand on my. Wait, this song is kind of sick though.
Not a weeb, okay, dude. Not a weeb, okay, dude.
Not a weeb.
Okay, dude.
Not a weeb. Well, stop spinning.
Is that a body pillow?
Is that a body pillow? Is
Right.
that a body pillow? It's for my back.
Chat.
Number support.
I'm not gonna fall. I'm not old. Chat. Guys, if I was old, could I do this?
Chad keeps asking about my collection.
Any gifters
not
wide
a
hard to.
shrine,
Any
okay?
gifters wide hard to.
It's an art gallery. Yes, they're all female characters. That's just statistical probability. Do I have a favorite? No. I love them all equally.
Okay, I'm old.
As art pieces.
Yeah,
Not
never mind. I think I'm old.
As wifers.
Yeah, I can't do splits.
Because I'm not a weeb.
But I'm not a weeb.
Blade eye tracker proves I'm not distracted. Looking at the gameplay completely abstracted.
Wait, why is the eye tracker showing
I was looking at the.
Can I pull something?
bad mechanics?
Guys. Guys, I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. I'm not a weeb. I'm a Red Bull athlete. I became the bull. Almost 9 years later of me memeing and popping consumes in game, consumes in real life.
Minutes.
I actually got sponsored by Red Bull. Show us your kick step. Guys, I'm an athlete.
Okay, maybe I've seen a few shows
I have
Maybe
not.
I know all the openings
I only
by
watched
heart.
Dragon Ball Z. Is the only one I
Maybe
watched.
I cried during that one scene.
I did not cry during anime, except for whenever Ash turned into stone in Pokemon. The Pokemon movie Ash turned to stone was kind of, that was kind of sad. But I don't watch anime.
To two-dimensional characters who, nah, I'm just kidding. I'm a paladin.
Guys, I'm an athlete. I'm not a
Paladins
weeb.
don't have waifus.
Paladins do not have
We
waifus.
have the light.
Guys, if I'm old, could I do this?
Time remaining.
Not a week.
1 minute.
Just culture, just culture.
The train
Chad, don't let
is
the train
dying.
die.
Like my favorite character in episode 12.
Any gifters wide heart.
That I
Any
definitely
gifters
didn't
wide
cry
heart.
about.
You see the speed? You see the power? So much energy that the headset
30
exploded off my head.
Time is running out.
68 months per .org.
Hawk 4 Gaming maintains rank 1 on the leaderboard.
You see his bulk.
There is
I'm not
only
bulk.
12 seconds left.
Chad, don't let the hype train die. Chad, don't let it die. No, 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 no.
That was one hell of a hype train.
Amazing hype train. Amazing hype train. Amazing hype train. Chat, thank you guys for being so supportive. FPS Dad, thank you for the 68 months. Hobox, thank you for the gifted McTrouts. Nugmeister, Humble Dan, thank you guys so much. All right, well, that's it for the stream today. I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys for the money. Good show. I'm just kidding. So, okay. Young Han, thank you for the tier 1. If he's dead, I call the Ashbringer. Okay, I'm not dead. Okay, I'm still alive. I got a res. All right. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I hope this showcase has half the hype of the hype train. We are not getting Classic Plus news today. Okay, that is my prediction. My grand prediction is we don't get Classic Plus news today. I'm sorry. I know that is that's a lofty prediction. But I think we get a lot of breadcrumbs, and it's still gonna be a lot of fun to talk about. Okay. Can you open your notepad? Of course. Yeah, we gotta think about what is something that we are going to. Where are we? Okay. So here's what we need to do. We need to. Here, let's just put these all on one, so I don't have a million notepads. I always have like a million notepads open on my computer. Okay. Okay, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's make a little bingo for today. Let's make a little. Actually, can I do this survey? Do you think I can do this in 45 minutes? I think make a bingo card first, and then we do this, and then we do raids today. Yeah. Are we gonna get another Classic Cast podcast every 2 weeks until Classic Plus? Look, a lot of people have asked me over the years to bring back Classic Cast. Classic Cast was a very delicate project. Okay. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. 19.5K people are waiting for this WoW stream. Go tell them to come watch me because they're instead of being bored. Yeah. Yeah, tell them to come watch Esfand instead. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so Bingo card. Bingo card creator. Is there like a website? Online bingo card creator. Esfand's WoW Showcase. Bingo. Esfand's 2026 WoW Showcase Bingo. Okay, so what do you guys think are things that we'll see in the showcase today? What do you guys think are things that we'll see? Things that they will talk about today in the WoW Showcase. WoW housing. Okay, let's start here. Okay, let's start here. WoW housing. Wrath of the Lich King. Hold on. Bingo card. Mentions game. Okay, wow, they're gonna mention housing, Wrath of the Lich King, Warlords of Draenor. We need some obvious ones, we need some hard ones. Classic Plus, I don't think we're gonna get this one, but we're gonna put it on there. Titan Forge servers mentioned. WoW on consoles / with controller. Let's see. new microtransaction. New microtransaction. WoW mount or anything. Okay, new microtransaction. Let's see, what else? Season of Discovery. Season of Discovery news. Classic era. Midnight cutscene. Like, I think of a midnight trailer, midnight cutscene trailer video, something like that, okay? BlizzCon mentioned. What else? They changed the sod page to It's Over and More. Wait, what? Season of Discovery, World of Warcraft. Wait, link that? Oh. Will you link it to me? Legion expansion mentioned. Azalonga, okay. What else? Should we say Season of Discovery mentioned or news? I don't see them skipping WAD. I don't actually know. Yeah, I kind of said that as a half joke. Oh, Plunderstorm. New fun game mode. What else? The Last Titan news. I don't think we'll get Last Titan news. I mean, they're obviously going to say midnight stuff. New season of. I don't think these things are gonna happen. Okay, this is for a bingo card. What else? A WoW TV, a WoW media adaptation. Arcane! I really feel like if Blizzard did this, it would, if they did it the right way, it would bang. Yeah. Like a WoW movie, WoW TV show. Super Bowl teaser commercial. I wonder if I don't know if Blizzard's gonna do anything with it. Ooh, actually, what?
All eyes on Iran.
Nomad Ritter, thank you, Nomad Ritter, for the 57 months. Thank you, man. Shawshank, thank you for the prime. Thank you, guys. You guys know he doesn't read YouTube chat, right? What do you mean? I'm literally looking at YouTube right now. Expensive physical collector's item. Expensive physical collector's item. Let's see. Is Heroes of the you know what? Heroes of the we need some big haymakers, okay? Like some things that are like crazy. I think Heroes of the Storm is a good one. Kizu, thank you for the tier 1. Well, this is only Warcraft today. It's only Warcraft. Stars and Stripes, brother. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 BINGO. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more slots. 6. We have 6 more slots. WoW to consoles, we had that. Adding StarCraft to Warcraft. Joke. Dude, I feel like Blizzard doesn't make a whole lot of jokes on their showcases. Joke that doesn't land. Like I feel like they're pretty. I don't want to say dry because like I feel like they're not necessarily dry, but I feel like they don't make a lot of jokes. Like unless it's like a show with content creator, like if I'm on a show for actually, I think, dude, I've seen some people get really mad whenever I'm on like Blizzard stuff. A lot of people are super supportive, but some people get really mad whenever I'm like on a Blizzard thing and I like make a joke or something. I'm like not that like the joke doesn't land, but they're just like, this is incredibly unprofessional. And I'm like, what is wrong with you people? Like that's why they have that's why they're not having devs do this. That's why they want content creators doing certain things, because like they want them to be like they get really upset. New allied race. Okay, new allied race is a good one. New allied race. Okay, 5 more, chat. 5 more. Or 4 more. New boost. Well, I already put new microtransaction. You know what? We're gonna make 2 of them. New boost option. New store mount. New paid boost option, new store mount. Okay, 3 more, chat. What do you guys think? Solo content for midnight. Diablo. No, it's the only Warcraft stuff today. Hardcore TBC. I don't think they'll do that, but okay, last one here. Oh, the big one. WoW X Game Pass. That's the big one. WoW X Game Pass. Okay. Housing is our first one. Warcraft 1 and 2 remake. Didn't they already do that? Oh no, they didn't do a remake. They did a like a port thing, right? Ooh, WoW token on TBC. WoW token TBC. Okay, we gotta get rid of one of them. We gotta get rid of something for WoW token TBC. What is like a subtle joke? Like classic plus subtle joke. What do we get rid of, chat? Get rid of Heroes of the Storm? Well, I want there to be some that it's like, that's like the, oh shit, you know? I'll say classic plus reference instead of subtle joke. Wrath of the Lich King anniversary, new storm out, new paid boost option. New fun game mode. That's like I'll just call it new game mode instead of, because it's like weird. Last Titan news. Oh, it can randomize it. Okay. Man, I don't know which one to get rid of. I guess, you know what? Let's get rid of Hero of the Storm. I don't think that'll be related to this at all. TBC WoW token. Okay, I think we're good. What? What? I gotta pay? Oh no, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I think that's our bingo card. Yeah? I think that's our bingo card, chat. Yo, what's up, Jay Dixon? Very patriotic. That's right. Mm-hmm. It's because we need a hero. Let me bring it back real quick.
Holy.
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pastas, 55 peppers and 55 taters.
Okay. Chat. It's almost time. We're 20 minutes out. Okay. My guy just opened that shirt. It's almost time, chat. It's almost time. Classic Plus news for me. Okay. Okay. Frick. Guys, we're getting real serious. TBC WoW token. New store mount. Classic Era Plus. Bones. BlizzCon. Chat. We might be on the cusp of new breakthrough. We might be on the cusp of a new breakthrough, chat. Chris Metzen. Wait, he's too powerful. How is this the only page that ripped?
What is going to be announced for sure, dude?
Draenor.
Classic plus hype.
Stop it. Get some help.
Guys, I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough. Phones? Do we not have them? New store mount? Money, money, money. That's what it's all about. Guys, I think it's gonna happen.
Esfand was just watching Stock Guy, bro. Got a whiteboard out talking about dead bodies and money tuned into you, and you got a whiteboard explain, sir. PFFTTT.
I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be. Look, the future is coming. The future is coming. They don't believe me. They don't believe me, but I know it's happening. Okay, I know it's happening.
Is that a white hair shining bright in the beer?
No, it's the lighting. It's the lighting. I'll be right back real quick.
Esfand, wake up. There is no classic plus. Wake up. You've been in a coma since the Doug challenge. Please wake up.
Okay. We're okay, we're just a few minutes away, chat. The state of Azeroth is here.
Not a sex cult by the wailing.
Live on the Xbox channel? Hold up now. Hold up now. Live on the Xbox channel. Is it happening? WoW on console. Were we right? What did we say? We said WoW on console and then we said WoW Game Pass. Dude, I think if WoW is available on Game Pass would be insane. They gutted all the specs in retail to release it on console. Oh my, the conspiracy. No more add-ons. Oh my gosh, is this what happened? WoW on console would actually probably blow WoW up, like big time. But man, are those groups gonna be brutal. Gotta for sure use voice comms? You do. Oh my gosh, that would make voice comms a thing. Wow, the WoW channel, the WoW chat is like cancer. The Xbox chat's nice and calm. Well, you guys should go into the WoW chat and type !Esfand and see if people just start typing it in the Warcraft channel. Cause people are like sheeps and they'll see somebody type ! And then everybody starts doing it. Just see if they do it. Oh wait, I should do hold on, I'm gonna run a commercial break time now so it doesn't go during. Chat, we're gonna do commercial break time now so it doesn't go during. It's time. It's almost time, Chad. It's almost time. Okay, so what do you guys think?
You know what this announcement needs? A freaking attunement? They needed to lock that stream link behind watching all other announcements they've made about classic World of Warcraft in the last decade or so. We need to learn all about ice cream and that.
Chat, we need it to be attuned to watch the stream. Yeah, I'm also live on Kick and I'm live on YouTube. I multi-stream everywhere. Wait, what are the redeems? You can redeem Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, Time Warp. Do you have drops? Are there drops? I mean, if there's drops, there's drops. Awesome glasses, thank you. Chat, type Frick Grayson in the Warcraft channel. Specifically. Dude, the redeem spam is crazy.
Frick Grayson.
Do we watch in the? I think we watch in the Xbox chat. Esfand. Okay. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
W Classic Plus.
I can't believe it's on the Xbox channel. Okay. So it was like Microsoft owns Blizzard. Yeah, but like, isn't it kind of crazy that it's on the Xbox, like specifically the Xbox channel? Frick Grayson.
They're doing shared chat? No. Alright.
Wait.
Yo, boys. Frick Grayson. Yo. Yo, what up, Esfand?
Wait.
Money, money, money.
Grayson.
That's what it's all about.
On
YouTube, put it 2 times to catch up. I mean, it's 4 minutes till. This is the same, right? Isn't this the same?
Hey, we should stream together with Grayson. On well, I'm gonna call Grayson. I'm gonna call Grayson. Real quick. Before it starts. On, tell Grayson I'm calling him real quick. Can you run ads before? I did just run ads. So, hopefully it shouldn't pop off again. Tell Grayson I'm calling. Yo.
Yo, what up, bro?
Dude, is it gonna happen? Are we gonna get Classic Plus today? Do you know?
I feel like they probably. I got a bingo, dude, right here.
Oh,
Get a
nice.
bingo. We put 6, 7 on here. A Classic Plus, something about add-ons, anything sod, anything housing, mention of a survey. We're listening. Them saying we're listening or we hear you.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good. The we hear you is a good one.
Yeah.
I got a new mount, new boost, TBC WoW token.
Yo, that's why I have a token too.
Yeah.
If they add a token.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Dude, we should oh, are they starting? Oh, they're starting. They're doing here, let's do stream together and I'll call you after. We'll talk after. We should talk about it after. Perfect.
We gotta be in call, brother. People gonna give me shit if I do it.
Yeah, that'll be funny.
I can't.
I'm muting.
All right.
So what does this all mean?
This is going to be one for the ages.
One for the ages. Why are they hyping it up so much?
Why do we fight?
I don't think we're getting Classic Plus today.
Home and bring harmony.
This fight is far from over.
Okay, one for the ages. Ages are old.
Now, more than ever.
He's here. The Scarlet Crusade. What does ages mean?
Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you.
We level. The leveling noise. Leveling up. Did you hear that? I heard it.
Welcome to the state of Azeroth.
Hi, Holly.
When I was thinking about what the state of Azeroth actually means, I started to reflect on why we started doing annual updates in the
Dude, I feel like Holly is always
I remember
swagged out.
in 2022,
Like she's
when we
always
were
got
in the
like a sick
twilight
jacket
of the
on or
Shadowlands
something.
expansion, and Dragonflight was about to launch. The Classic team was cooking on the Burning Crusade and prepping Wrath of the Lich King Classic. It was around this time that a new era emerged for the WoW team. One where we were rapidly evolving and storming toward the future with you on our minds. We created what we call the Live Team to not only support a new 8-week patch cadence, but also noodle on experimental gameplay in modern WoW.
Being alive,
This led to Mists of
W
Pandaria
Live.
Remix, Legion Remix, Plunderstorm, Overcharged
Live.
Delves, and more.
Xbox Live.
This energy allowed us to be more confident, more committed, and more excited than ever before for both modern and classic WoW. And it led us to share our first ever long-term roadmap to bring us closer to the community that inspires us. Our confidence and commitment since those days has not wavered, and we will continue to share our plans. So what does this all mean?
Okay, what have they mentioned?
Then and now. It means you are the spark that lights our way. The Warcraft universe has lived for 3 decades because of players who make it meaningful and who give us the opportunity and creative energy to make even more of it. Today, we're on the
What
cusp
have they
of
mentioned
the
so
Midnight
far?
expansion, and we're excited for the stories that will be told,
They
the
didn't mention
memories
any of this.
made, and the triumphs we will earn together as we defend our world once again. Light versus Void has been ever present in WoW, and we will charge into the fray with the Heronir and Devourer demon hunters by our side. The Campaign of Midnight is the kind of story that will find your heart, whether you've just joined us in Azeroth, been with us the entire 21 years, or somewhere in between. Together, we will experience all that Midnight has to offer as we work our way toward the 3rd and final installment of the World Soul Saga, called The Last Titan. We will learn what it means to carry loss and still move
Last
forward.
Titan news.
Heroism isn't perfection. It's a winding road of choices we make when things are hardest. And when our idea of the world is shattered, our notion of home will be paramount. There must be time for rest, creativity, and community.
Housing.
In short, housing. You've been asking for this
WoW
feature
housing.
since the early days of WoW. We wanted to build it, and we knew it had to live up to 20 years of hopes and dreams. And on top of that, whatever housing started with, it
Sound is
had to
low.
be poised to
Good
grow
now.
and evolve over many years and be guided by our players. And here we are, with player housing about to enter full release with the Midnight expansion.
Dude, why is their chat so
During
toxic?
Housing Early Access,
Housing
you
is
have
good.
absolutely blown our minds. In the first 2 weeks alone, you all spent over 4
Oh,
million
that's cool. They
hours
put
in
their
your
name. This is
houses and
Zale from
neighborhoods.
Tichondrius.
That's over 400.
Bunky from Feathermoon.
Years. And you placed over
Cripstone
14 million decor items
from
in that
Dalaran.
time.
That's pretty cool.
The most gold has been spent on the secretive bookcase wall, of course, because who doesn't love a secret door? I always say, never underestimate players, and thank you for proving me right over and over again. It's been a beautiful
we, like,
reminder
the only
that everyone
non-toxic WoW
enjoys
chat?
Azeroth in their own way. And on that note, we want to see even more of that creativity. We recently announced the launch of Azeroth Interiors, which is our Midnight Renovation Challenge. This is a global invitational for
Ooh,
WoW creators.
the
and
global
community
invitational.
members who are competing in a battle unlike anything we've ever seen before. Instead of swords and shields, their weapons are mood boards, boundless creativity, and finesse with our tools. So head over to your favorite creator channels and check out their concepts for what they will be building over the next month. Over time, our updates to housing will be driven by what you want and what you need to make your dreams real as you continue to explore, imagine, and push the tools to their limits. We'll have more about the updates you can expect in housing in a few moments. If you've played WoW before, one of the coolest parts about housing when you open up your inventory for the first time is to see all the housing items
Well,
you've
Zepp's
collected
idea-
without
no, they-
even knowing it
Blizzard
because of achievements you
worked
got in
with
past
Zepla on that.
expansions. It's like a trip down memory lane.
They
And speaking of memories, let's talk
sponsored
about
that.
WoW Classic. Over the past 6 years, I really can't believe it's been 6 years. Classic has been an
Don't remind
expression of
me.
love for the early years
Don't
of
remind
WoW
me.
and bringing it to you in a variety of flavors. Between our hardcore, seasonal, and progression realms, you've shown us the ongoing potential of WoW and Classic are limitless. We take that to heart, and we will continue to honor that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Today, Mists of Pandaria Classic continues in the original Classic realms, with the next major milestone being the release of the Escalation update in a few weeks. It includes a new quest campaign, new battleground, scenarios, and more. We're going to release the Mists of Pandaria patches over time as we have with previous expansions, and you can expect the Siege of Orgrimmar
Cheer.
and the return of
Wait,
Time of
that's
File
it?
later this year. The launch of Burning Crusade Classic on our anniversary realms is also on our doorstep. Another round of Illidan's
Okay, hey,
haunts and
phase
Fell Reaver
1
terrors.
winter, phase 2
The
spring.
Outlands, Kara, Mag, and
Look
more
here.
are coming later
Black
this year.
Temple phase 3 in the
We
summer.
also launched seasonal Titan Reforged realms in Classic for our players in China. Why?
Oh,
Not only
Titan
are
Force servers
our
mentioned.
audiences between Modern and Classic unique, but so are our WoW players in China. We made those realms for them, based on how they play. And that's not all we're cooking up. I can say with confidence that all Classic players across the globe have a lot to look forward to. I'm really excited to announce that... I guess we'll save that for later.
Dude,
So,
okay.
back to where I
Classic
began.
Plus reference.
What is the
That's
state
the
of Azeroth?
Classic Plus reference.
It's alive in all its forms, incredibly vibrant and getting brighter. And we plan to keep it that way with your help and guidance as we listen to your feedback and act on it. Soon you will see us launch surveys and games so we can get your thoughts and feedback. Listening
That was
to
a
you
good
is our
debate.
commitment. We mean it, and we aim to keep proving it. We want to give you the place, space, and tools to play how you want to play and live how you want to live in Azeroth. That's our North Star. We want our humble universe to be the place you go to when you have a bit of free time. When you need to recharge alongside your friends and family after a long day, or when you need an escape. Let off steam by conquering a boss, role-playing, now
Did they mention
decorating,
Plunderstorm?
mogging, PvPing, exploring, whatever. A fantasy home in every sense, where strangers become friends and friends become neighbors.
And neighbors become
And we
lovers.
have a plan to help
I
those
don't
of
know.
you looking for
On
your
Moonguard they do.
people. Those players who enjoy the same things in WoW that you do. We're calling it the WoW Ambassador Program, which is all about the community helping the community, as it often does. This is less about us and more about you, a bit of an experiment to help connect you with players and communities that are filled with others who play how you play or how you want to play. Our ambassadors are helpful friends from within our very own WoW community, and you can check out our website for more details. As you know, community is our mainstay, and in the era of housing, we wanted to do what we can to support those who need more than pixels
don't
when
give me
it
a job.
comes to
I'm not
having
getting
a
paid
place
for
to live. This year, we're excited to be partnering with Habitat for Humanity with a charity pet pack that we hope, with your support, will help provide safety and
One of the
shelter to
suggestions was
families
Virtue
who need
Signal
affordable
charity pet.
homes.
Habitat for Humanity is cool though,
has
but
helped
still,
more than 65 million
I didn't put that
people
on there.
globally. This charity
Habitat for
pet
Humanity
pack
is cool though, to be
includes
fair,
the
but still, like
Rufus, who will be available in both modern and
put that on
classic
there.
WoW. Rufus loves to build, something you'll see in action if he's left idle for too long. Those
Actually,
of you
Habitat
who
for
play
Humanity is a good
modern WoW
one,
will
with the
also
housing
get
stuff.
a doghouse, a bowl, and a bed. We're incredibly excited to be supporting Habitat for Humanity this year, and we'll have more information to share about how you can bring Rufus home soon. As always, you are our heroes, our heartbeat, and our
That was new
gratitude is
microtransaction. We
everlasting.
split it into
I'll see you at
Storm
BlizzCon
out.
2026, and of course,
Oh, BlizzCon
at
mentioned?
home in Azeroth.
Hey everyone, and thank you, Holly. I'm Ian Hazzikostas, game director for World of Warcraft.
Wait, why did Ian say his name
I
wrong?
want to start off by
It's
saying
it's
thank you,
Hazzikostas.
as always, to our community for your continued
Like everybody else
passion,
pronounces his name
for
wrong.
the time you put into this
Me
world,
included.
and for your boundless creativity. It has been so amazing seeing so many folks jump into housing over the last couple of months. I'll be talking more about this later, but I just wanted to start out by saying, on behalf of everyone who had any part in bringing housing to life, that we are simply in awe of what you've already created. We knew you'd make incredible homes, but the community response has just blown away our expectations. There simply is no World of Warcraft without you, our community. We are honored to be a part of this world and humbled to be the caretakers of something that has remained so special and so important to so many people for so long. Today, I'd like to share with you a bit of what we're up to with World of Warcraft. In terms of the right now present stuff, the fast approaching launch of Midnight, and a small peek at some of the bigger things that we have planned for 2026. Now, obviously, I can't go too far into all the details, especially with so many of our plans tied up in story spoilers and us wanting to keep some surprises. But we think there is a ton to look forward to for all residents of Azeroth in the year ahead. So let's get right into it. As we stand here today, we are just over a month from launching Midnight and getting the game into your hands. The team is working hard to polish up the last details of the expansion, iron out bugs, refine features, and just overall get this thing ready for you to dive into in March. But between now and then, there's still plenty to do and see in WoW today. We are kicking off the Midnight pre-launch event called Twilight Ascension. This event will run until Midnight's launch on March 2nd. This is
he
where
blinks
the
in
stakes start
between
to
the B-roll.
crystallize, and the threat we face begins to take real shape, and the void makes itself felt in our world.
Okay.
This is a repeatable event in which you'll join Magister Umbric and Grand Magister Ramath in their efforts to keep the Twilight's blade at bay at locations around the world. You'll be killing rares, completing world quests, and defeating bosses as you earn limited time rewards like pets, mounts, transmogs, and of course, some fresh housing decor for your home. The 12.0 pre-patch that recently went live also includes a ton of the new features and improvements that are tied to Midnight. Demon Hunters out there can get started playing the new Void-themed Devourer range specialization.
New spec?
Or Void Elf Demon Hunters can be unlocked
Oh, we already
with a
knew
short
that.
quest line. Some of the baseline systems improvements and updates that went live include our new Transmog 2.0 system, which includes situational
What do you guys think of the new
swapping, an
Transmog?
improved UI, and finally,
I think it's pretty good.
slot-based Transmog, so you don't have to constantly re-transmog every time you get an upgrade. For players new to PvP, learn the ropes in the training grounds, expanding and revamping the idea found in Compstom, Players will join a battle against smarter game-controlled opponents.
Dude, I
in a
did
Rafi
Training Grounds. I
Basin,
got my
Silver
ass
Shard
beat.
Mines,
My team
and
was getting
battle for
owned in
Gilneas.
Training Grounds.
Also kicking off this
They
week
didn't. The
is
bots
the
didn't know
wins
how to
of
do
Mysterious
objectives,
Fortune.
but they were
A
so much
limited
stronger
time
than us.
event
It was
where
hilarious.
XP and reputation gains are boosted across the board, especially reputation. We think this is another great way
The
to get
NPCs
caught
are
up
super
ahead of
strong,
Midnight,
but they don't know how to
whether
do
it's leveling
objectives
an
very
alt
well.
to join the fray, or
Which is actually
fast-tracking
good,
some
to
of
be
those
honest, 'cause it,
rep-based
like,
decor
forces
items
you to
that
do
you've been
objectives.
chasing. And as part of this celebration of Midnight, we are granting a special limited-time Dark Portal decor item to every player with an active WoW subscription who logs in between now and the launch of the expansion.
Wait, that's sick! Just for
Finally,
free.
Welcome Back Weekend also
Dude,
starts
I
today.
want a Dark Portal
If
in
you're
my
not
house
currently
so bad.
subscribed to WoW, but you've had a subscription in the past.
I want to
from
put it
now
right
until
there.
February 1st, you can explore
want
the
a Dark
WoW-based
Portal
game
so
for free
bad, man.
up to level 80, including all level up content,
It'd be
pre-launch
amazing.
events, the recent system updates I've been talking about, a completely overhauled returning player experience, and more than 20
It
years
already is a
of
Dark
Azeroth's
Portal.
world and story.
Toilet is Dark
We are
Portal.
so
Okay.
excited about Midnight and all that's been going on with WoW, and we really want to make sure that we're making it easy for you to come check it all out. The level cap is of course increasing to 90, and you'll be leveling through 4 new and reimagined zones, full of new questing content, both campaign chapters as well as local stories, and additional chapters waiting for you at max level. Midnight is introducing 8 new dungeons, 11 new delves, and a new delve companion, Valera, as well as the praise system to add a
milady.
layer of depth,
Hello, milady.
challenge, and intrigue to your outdoor world gameplay. We have new PvP features coming in Midnight, like the new epic battleground Slayer's Rise, which also exists as an outdoor world space for those of you who prefer world PvP in war mode. You can also spend some time in the Arcantina, a mystical tavern where you can rub elbows with some big names in WoW lore, learn more about them, and complete quests on their behalf. Now, a couple of weeks after launch, Season 1 will kick off in full. That update will pull the story forward through a host of new content. First off, we have the 6-boss raid, the Voidspire, that really is going to be the beginning of a capstone to the story that we're telling at the start of Midnight. We're also going to have a smaller 1-boss raid called the Dream Rift, as well as 4 new world bosses in the outdoor world. As we kick off our seasons, we're going to have a new pool of Mythic Plus dungeons, 4 new Midnight dungeons along with 4 updated Legacy dungeons, our new Delve season, and of course a new PvP season where you can
So they
test your skills
that
and
solo
earn cutting-edge
content for
rewards.
Midnight they
And
talked
with
about.
the training grounds I mentioned earlier, hopefully there'll be a smoother on-ramp into PvP for those who are trying to get into the ecosystem for the first time. Now, a couple of weeks after that, we're also going to have a 3rd raid zone, the March on Keldanas, a new 2-boss raid that really caps off this initial chapter of the Midnight story and brings us closer to what will come next. The addition of story mode to World of Warcraft has made it so that any player can experience these moments for themselves, and we want to continue to lean in, giving you ways to live the story of Azeroth no matter how you choose to play. Whether you want to jump in and tackle raids, do delves, or just hang out in the Arcantina and have a chat. Our goal,
any
as
moon
always,
garters?
is to give you lots to do and tons to choose among, and we can't wait to see how you choose to adventure across the unfolding story of Midnight. As I said earlier, we have been utterly overwhelmed by your creativity and your ingenuity during housing so far, and of course, by your feedback. As Holly said, we want you to help us build this feature together. We want to hear more of what you're interested in, more of what's working and what's not working, and your feedback is directly informing the decisions we make. You've already seen some quality of life improvements go live over the last couple of months, but we're keeping a close eye on housing to continually improve the feature from every angle, whether we're talking about economy adjustments, UI updates, or all new functionality. We want to keep finding opportunities to support the creative expression that you invent, like making it easier to float your house.
I do think it's really cool that they're doing this.
Right
like
off the
they're
bat,
showing
there's a
random
couple of
viewers
things we already
their
have in
houses.
mind. We've heard from
Like
many
what
of
server
you
they're on?
that your cozy creation doesn't quite feel complete.
Dude, I think the housing stuff
without
is
the
sick.
ability for some of your companion
WoW's
pets
housing
to
has been
wander around
insane.
it and get into trouble. So we want to offer the ability to place those pets there, as well as showcasing more of your cosmetic
that's
collections
cool.
in general. Like, for example, being able to hitch a couple of your favorite mounts up in your yard outdoors. We're working on delivering that as well. We've also seen and heard that as you're expressing that boundless creativity, and maybe making something like, say, a grand piano that you cobble together from a dozen different decor pieces.
It's
It
a
can be
side thing.
frustrating
Everything
when
is a
you
side
realize
thing,
that you
and
have your
especially in
grand
retail.
creation, but it's not quite in the spot you want it to be in, and you want to move it just a few feet over to the side. Right now, you pretty much have to deconstruct and reconstruct the thing to do that.
I saw a
Well, we wanna make
screenshot
it
of
so that
here.
you can just
Listen,
click
you
and
know why
drag,
housing is
mass
good? Watch
select
this.
the multiple pieces and move them over. While we're at it, let's also have the ability to copy and paste. So if you want to have a few of those grand pianos, you can
Somebody
just
on the
copy,
Korean
paste,
WoW
paste,
servers
paste,
did
and
this.
There you go. Now, speaking of copying and pasting,
They made a
we've also
Michael
heard from
Jordan
many of
poster.
you that as you're browsing these amazing creative designs that your fellow players are
That is
coming up with,
insane.
you wish that it would be easier to just grab them and import them as a starting point for your own experimentation. Or maybe you've cooked up something that you're really proud of and you want to share it with your friends or the community at large. So we're working on creating import and export codes for easy sharing and exchanging.
Import and export codes for housing would be
Along the way, to give
insane.
you even more freedom in
They've
what you
gotten
can do,
so in-depth
you're
with
going
this
to
thing, it's
see
crazy.
Decor budgets, both for interior and exterior placement, continue to increase. Some of that is the product of things we're learning about technical limits on the system, but also just a desire to give ongoing progression as you're able to level up your house more and more. That's some of the stuff we're working on.
I wish I was
Definitely not a
creative enough
complete
to be
list,
good at
but
housing.
we're keeping an eye on bigger things for housing as well. Once neighborhood endeavors go live with Midnight Launch, we'll be paying very close attention to just how they liven up your neighborhoods and how you interact with them to determine how best to support the things you want to see from that feature going forward. All of this is just the ground floor for housing in World of Warcraft. This is the foundation of a feature that we want to be a reflection of your life and times in Azeroth, and we're serious about expanding it and improving it alongside you in the years to come. So again, thank you so much for your passion and your feedback so far. Keep telling us what you want from housing, and we will keep listening, and we will keep it coming. Now, it's time to get into the content updates you can look forward to beyond the launch of Midnight. We have a few things to share today, starting with more specific plans, and then getting a bit more vague as we move later into the year with details to follow. So first off, shortly after Midnight's launch, patch 1205 will hit our public test realm. This update finds us in the immediate aftermath of those Season 1 raids, which, would you believe, didn't quite fully resolve
looks like
the
nothing
threat
for
that
SOD this
Valakath
year.
poses to Azeroth.
Which
And
is
so we're going to see void assaults begin to pop up across the outdoor world. These will bring new enemies for us to fight, new reasons to rally to defend Azeroth, and of course, new rewards along with it. On the lighter side, we're also going to be adding a prop hunt-inspired event as a small diversion from this pitched battle raging between the light and the dark. In this event, you're going to queue up and find yourself on a team facing off against another small team of 5 in a location like Silvermoon City or the Alliance and Horde neighborhoods, where one team uses enchantment and illusion to disguise themselves cleverly as innocuous props and try to hide in the environment, while the other team tries to seek them out. This event is not going to do much when it comes to beating back the Void and saving Azeroth, but it is a way to find some fun in the face of an ever-present, ever-growing threat. Our next small update, 1207, brings a further escalation of these Void assaults, but also a standalone one-boss raid. We're excited to get away from the idea of raids being consigned to just these massive twice-a-year updates, and we want to lean more into the flexibility of matching the content that we offer to the narrative and just fun opportunities that we see to tell stories of different shapes and sizes. All of this brings us to the first major Midnight content update, 12.1. Now, I can't reveal the name, setting, or really much of anything specific about this update yet, but I can share that 12.1 will bring with it a large new outdoor questing space full of max level content, a new raid, and of course new seasons, so an updated Mythic Plus dungeon pool, new PvP and Delve rewards, and the continued refinements and expansion that you'd expect from a major content update in WoW. This patch is also going to bring an overhaul of our friend system that makes it easier for you to keep up with friends you have and make new friends along the way. Next up comes 12.1.5, which brings with it an all-new content type. We have seen how passionately the community has taken to delves, and we want to support this with even more flexibility and experimentation. For those of you who love
the
delve
YouTube chat is
gameplay,
crazy,
but wish there were something a little more than the bite-sized experiences we currently offer, we are adding a new feature that we're currently calling Labyrinths. These are inspired by mega dungeons in a sense, and labyrinths are large, sprawling delve experiences that you can tackle all at once or just a bit at a time, depending on your schedule and preference. They're going to have a different form and reward structure than you're used to seeing in your delves, but they will keep the core elements of exploring and besting foes alongside your trusty delve companion. Beyond that, and also in 12.1.5, we are planning another small one-boss raid in this window. Unlike the raid in 12.07, which is more of a standalone thing, this raid is going to be a direct continuation of Midnight's narrative, bridging us and setting the stage for the next major update in the following year, which we'll talk about down the line. Later in the year, we also have a new standalone event coming from the same group of mad scientists who brought you game modes like Plunderstorm or Remix. We'll have more to share on this as we get closer to the date.
See, this is what I was talking about that with new game mode.
Standalone mode that exists alongside the core World of Warcraft loop. And all of this, of course, is going to be accompanied by the steady, fast flow of content that you're used to seeing. Holiday updates, events like Turbulent Timeways, and much more. We want to keep moving at the live service pace you've come to expect since Dragonflight and that we've continued through the War Within, making sure there's always something new and exciting on the horizon.
The road to BlizzCon.
Now, that's the big stuff we have to share right now. But there's still way more to come in Midnight and in World of Warcraft as a whole, and we can't wait for you to see it. We also have this little thing called BlizzCon coming up in just under 8 months. And while I can't
Chat, I'm hosting a big event at BlizzCon. I'm working on it.
That this is going to be one for the ages. We really hope to see you there and to show you some of how we're thinking about the next 20 years.
I'm working on something big for BlizzCon.
Warcraft. You're not going to want to miss this one. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you to every single member of this community for being a part of the journey with us.
I hit trailer. Somebody said Fortnite in chat and I read it. That was it? They didn't say anything more about Classic? I wasn't expecting Classic Plus news, but I thought maybe a little bit more about, a little bit about Burning Crusade. It's coming out next week. There's an insane amount of people playing Burning Crusade.
Dude, I can't wait to go prop hunting, bro. I can turn into a prop and you can come find me, man.
Dude, I can already
What?
find you. It's fine. No, actually, the prop hunt thing is good. I didn't get bingo. Did you get bingo?
I don't even know. I got anything housing and mention any survey. I didn't really look at the others.
Well, I don't think they were gonna.
I was too busy kind of raging.
Well, I'll be honest. I think the survey thing, just keeping it 100% real, it's. I don't think they're gonna talk about the survey thing because there's a lot of like leading questions
I don't
in that.
think so either. That it's more so just my chat was memeing me because I didn't do it.
Oh yeah.
Because I wasn't at an official Blizzard thing, so I wasn't like super geeking about it.
Well, like if you do it, like it's
like,
fun to talk about, but the reality of it is
that's more so what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fun to talk about. It's not like an official Blizzard thing or whatever. And there's like a lot of like leading questions and like pigeonholes you into certain answers. Yeah, dude, I think like I kind of expected more Classic news from that.
Bro, did they even really say anything about Classic? I feel like they just kind of showed a roadmap of like, oh, Illidan or Black Temple's going to be out right before BlizzCon, and then Sunwell's out in autumn or something.
Now,
like,
to
I
be
feel like
fair,
they just
I do
didn't
think it's
say
good.
anything.
I do think that's good that they gave us the map a little bit for like what they're expecting.
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense.
I like the map. The map's good to kind of know when the raid tiers are out, but that's kind of just everything. I feel like I just spent 80% of that whole thing learning about housing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like housing.
Oh, and they baited me so hard at the end. I thought something crazy was happening.
Dude, I thought it was gonna be like a TV show or something. Yeah,
dude, yeah, same. I thought it was a TV show, maybe a new game randomly or something, and I was like, oh wait, what? And then it's like, bro, oh my goodness, they rage baited me.
I mean, I've said this for a long time. I think if WoW made a TV show, then like if they made like a Netflix show or something like Arcane, it would actually like blow WoW up a lot.
Oh, for sure. Like they made a series about like Arthas, and it was like cinematically, like how they were doing their cinematics or something. For sure, I think that would farm.
Well, I actually think the most appealing thing they could do is if they did it in the same style of that last trailer, even though like there's a lot of people that are like, oh, cringe, because we're like, you know,
Yeah,
80 years old.
Disney, I'm a man.
Yeah, I'm a
God
man.
Damn it, where's the blood, brother?
Like, I'm one of those people. I didn't watch Arcane, but I'm also a businessman. And as a businessman, I feel like that's kind of like the style that would hit with a lot of people. Just if you just like look at Arcane and what Arcane was, I feel like that's something that hits super, super hard in that kind of avenue. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, that was kind of disappointing though, huh?
Yeah, I was hoping at least a little bit more talk about Classic and a little bit less about because I think housing is amazing. It's actually incredible, but there's a lot. There's just been so much housing for the last like 6 months, and then Burning Crusade is coming out next week, and Midnight is coming out in a month. So like the Midnight stuff was about what I expected, but then I thought there'd just be a little bit more about Burning Crusade.
Am I crazy? I feel like they underestimate the reach of Classic, brother. Like, it's kind of crazy. I feel like they just...
I feel like
retail's obviously huge, but like, oh my god.
I don't know if they underestimate it. Like, there's a difference between like, I think there's a difference between underestimating it and then like showing that like not showing that they really know like how big Classic really is. Because I talked to somebody from Blizzard, like actually on multiple different occasions, people at Blizzard have told me the most popular version of WoW is like, because
I think it's retail by far.
It's Classic.
I'd imagine. Really? I
in the
don't
whole
know. I'm curious
in
about
the whole
numbers on
world,
that,
in the whole world. But what carries it is China. There's so many people in China playing Classic that it's insane.
The
But like,
Rat server, I think, is crazy, but
yeah, that's what it is. China is what carries super, super hard. Like China, like the amount of people playing Wrath in China was so insane that like, I think they didn't even go on to, not even I think, sorry, they didn't even go on past Wrath, and then they decided to do the Titan Forge because so many people love Wrath of the Lich King in China. Like it's so insanely popular that it was like kind of scary.
yeah, they did go back and release that, and it's going really good. But man, dude, there was actually just, did they say anything really? They kind of just showed a time map of TBC and like that's it, right?
I mean,
did they say anything?
For like us, it's good. For like me and you, I think for everybody,
It's just
good.
nice to know like
because it's
dates, I guess, of things, but like I don't know, no hype or nothing. Kind of.
Yeah, yeah, because like we have, I'm looking at like the Burning Crusade roadmap. Sorry, I had a burp and it like didn't come out. It's gonna come out eventually. But yeah, I'm looking at the Burning Crusade roadmap. There's Arena Season 2 is gonna be in the spring sometime, so we're probably looking at like April. I think we're probably looking at like April for Season 2. Then we're probably looking at Summer Phase 3 Black Temple Season 3. That's probably gonna be like July. Either July or August for Season 3. BlizzCon is gonna be in September, and then probably in like October and November we'll get the ZA patch, and then we'll get Season 4 in like either December or January. So like that's gonna happen like after like, so I look in everything in terms of like GTA. so we're gonna get like
GTA.
We're gonna get the end of Season 3 and Season 4 around GTA 6 time if it doesn't get delayed again.
If it doesn't get delayed.
Yeah. I feel like, do you think this is fast?
Like how fast TBC is going?
Yeah.
I mean, when would the Season 4 be?
Season 4 is probably going to be December, I think. Because they say winter Phase 1 launch, that's February. So like winter, and they just put autumn. So like the end of autumn could be what? Like when is it officially winter? Isn't it like
I don't know. Yeah. It's autumn dates. When is the official winter date?
Google is doing some crazy stuff because I just said when is it officially winter out loud, and then I typed when is it, and it said officially winter was recommended. Did you hear about the freaking lawsuit?
That's kind of scary, bro.
Yeah.
What, the lawsuit that they're listening to you?
Yeah, they ended up settling for like $68 million.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah,
$68 million settle is insane.
Yeah,
What?
but also that's like nothing.
Yeah, I know, but it's just actually crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. But like it's for them, it's like nothing. But like it just sounds like an insane number.
I mean, realistically, with just like mics, internet, phones. I feel like there's just no true privacy anymore. No way.
Oh, they know 100%. They're all over.
Yeah,
the place.
they know everything.
They know everything. Dude, I think this is pretty. I think this is like a pretty good release schedule, but it just feels kind of fast. Because I think for all of Anniversary is kind of fast. Because
Anniversary was really fast. Because I mean,
last Burning Crusade was what,
probably
like
about a year.
months?
It's about a year that I think it came out. Does anyone know when the Anniversary servers launched? I mean, it's kind of good to keep people like hooked and interested in stuff, and if they like give you good enough like arena points each week and everything. I think they should just sometimes, like on Anniversary, they should have made the bosses drop more gear. You know, bosses shouldn't drop, like, if you're doing an accelerated vanilla where it's 1 year long.
Yeah.
Like, bosses shouldn't drop 2 pieces of gear for 40 people. Like.
Yeah, I feel like what they need to do for this, because like you have 25-man raids, but I really, really feel strongly that they should do the heroic modes, heroic raids, where the heroic raids are pre-nerf and you get 1 more piece of gear. Because it actually is going to be kind of bad.
Oh, I mean that'd be kind of cool if if you did it on heroic, same gear, but you just actually got more gear.
Yeah, because I don't think they should do like a power increase or anything like that. Some people are saying that for Classic Plus. I'm like, no, that's the whole problem with retail in terms of like power creep. Retail's power creep is insane, like per patch. So like.
Yeah, just the more gear alone would make everyone want to clear it on the hardest difficulty.
Yeah, and if they don't want to because they're like whatever, then that's fine, and they just get one less piece of gear. I think that's totally. I think that is such a valid sort of decision that they make such a like a valid sort of solution for the problem. So now you have the post nerf people happy because they can just do the raid post nerf, they can complete the content, they can get their gear, and then you have the pre nerf people happy because okay, now the raids are like for them it's fun and they get an additional reward for it that's not stronger, but they can gear out their raid a little bit faster, and I think that's really good.
Yeah, I think that would be cool if the heroic dropped more gear.
Yeah. Do you like what? How many characters do you have right now?
I mean, my geared characters, I got a warrior, paladin, and a hunter right now that are geared. I'd probably level my warrior first. I also boosted a mage, but I have not touched that thing at all. But
yeah. I
might end up gearing the mage some.
Settle was talking about. Because he's leveling up, he has a priest and a shaman this time, and he was thinking about maybe. Have you thought about playing a shaman?
Me playing a shaman?
Yeah.
He wants to double healer, Rhett?
He's thinking, what if we went disc enhanced shaman, Rhett?
I feel like that'd be worse than what we got.
I think it's so too, because I was like, I think there's less control, because I think the amount of control we have is so good. But we would have double magic dispel. We'd have double offensive dispel. We'd have double poison cleanse. We'd still have wind fury. We'd have insane damage.
I think it could definitely work.
I think
sure.
We have power infusion. We'd have pain sup. I mean, I think it could be really good, but it would be very much like a just put your head down and go. Like I think
the thing is though, like we don't have MS. Like 50% MS is a big deal.
Troll priest, we get 20% MS.
Yeah, troll is pretty sick.
Yeah, troll priest, we get 20% MS and berserking with the bloodlust.
I mean, I'm down to play it all, try it all, but
I mean, if you want to level enhanced shaman,
won't boost the shaman, but maybe.
Yeah, if you want to level enhanced shaman, or I could level an enhanced shaman.
Yo, you actually could play enhance. I feel like you would like enhanced shaman, no joke.
I don't know. I feel like my brain. I'm like my sponge is too full. Like I've absorbed too much water.
I mean, realistically, like you would have to play like a lot of WoW, probably. To have 2 characters.
Because that's part of my problem is like I will play as much as I can, but I don't know if I can play enough to like learn another character like gladiator level. You know what I mean? That's the hard part.
That would definitely require like a lot of commitment for sure.
Yeah, especially with like Burning Crusade and everything. Or sorry, especially with like GTA RP and everything, because it's gonna be a big GTA year too. So for all of us,
if it doesn't get delayed.
Well, even 5.0.
Wait, what's that?
Yeah.
Is there no pixel?
Yeah, the new no pixel is gonna be this year. It should be this year. Yeah, because they said it's going to be sooner than we think. and sooner than we think, I think equals before GTA 6. So, yeah, I think it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I think it's gonna be a great year. I think like we're gonna have so much stuff to do.
I think it's gonna be a fun year overall, man. But goddamn, dude, I'm just. How'd I hear 80% about housing, dude? God dang.
I think housing is incredible,
Crazy.
dude. The housing is so good, but I just think it's. We've been talking a lot about housing for 6 months, so it's like, I would kind of hope. I think the amount they talked about Midnight made sense. I think they just should have talked a little bit more about Classic, just a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely expected them to mainly talk about retail, I'd say. But
Yeah. But the things they said about housing were pretty good. It's just that there's like a little bit of fatigue because it's like that's so much of what's happened for so long. But I still think it's good. Like, dude, have you even done the housing stuff in retail?
No, I have not. I've not logged on that at all.
It's amazing. Like
McConnell always wants me to do that though. He's always gassing it up.
It's unironically, like I'm a very like gameplay. You know me, I'm a gameplay guy, right? Like that's what I like to do. Like even for me, I think housing is unreal. Like the way they set it up and the way that it works, it's super impressive from like a design standpoint. And it's like I'm not creative enough to make a good house, but I think it's fun. I really do think they did a good job.
Yeah, I'm sure they did do a good job with it, honestly. It's just not my cup of tea, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, dude, we're arena junkies at the end of the day. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah, actually.
But
All
yeah.
right, well, I stayed up to hear about WoW housing, so I'm about to freaking go to bed, dude. God dang. That'll be fun, though. TBC coming out in a week, and we can start gaming together and shit. It'll be fun.
Well, dude, I'm gonna be I might be at the Super Bowl.
That's sick. Is that the first time you've gone to a Super Bowl?
Well, no. I might be at the Super Bowl week.
Yeah, you're gonna be playing TBC from a hotel.
I gotta figure that out. Cause like, I mean, remember I had that whole plan to do like a launch marathon thing, but then it basically got thrown in the trash as soon as I said February 5th. Cause February 4th I have something at the Super Bowl, and then I have something else at the Super Bowl. So
wait, are you like sponsored at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, like I'm doing something with the NFL.
What?
Yeah,
That's sick.
with the Vikings.
Yo,
but dude,
that's actually sick, dude.
It is sick, but they want me to play Fortnite, so I have to learn how to play Fortnite.
Yo, you should practice Fortnite today. Goddamn.
Yeah. I probably should do that. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Yeah, they added Michael Scott, so we'll see. All right, dude. I'll talk to you later. Go to bed.
All right. See ya, bro.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Pika doesn't have a second computer. Yeah, I actually talked to Pika. Yeah. Dude, some guy got mad. He's like, when Esfand is done dick riding Blizzard. I feel like I'm like as objective as you possibly could be about everything, and it makes people so mad because they'll hear me say one thing positive and they'll be like, this guy's always dick riding this, or they'll hear me say one thing negative and they'll be like, this guy hates everything, he's so negative. And I'm like, guys, you have to listen to what I'm actually saying, please. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit, guys. Okay, so the State of Azeroth WoW roadmap thing just happened. All right, we saw a lot of stuff. I'll give you the objective, upfront, honest opinion about everything that I feel like. I'm more of a classic player, of course, but I'll give you my honest opinion about how they did everything with the State of Azeroth. Overall, I think the showcase was all right for what it is. Okay, I think the showcase was all right for what it is. They talked a lot about housing. I think housing in retail. Wait, I'm hearing music. Let me turn off the music. Where are we hearing music from? Okay, no, that's fine. I think the housing stuff in retail here. We can get rid of the memes. Hide your memes, chat. Okay. I think the housing stuff in retail, the way they've designed housing and adding that as like a new game mode, because you have all kinds of different people that play retail. You have PvPers, you have achievement farmers, you have transmog, you have mount collectors, you have all these different things, completionist type of players, right? Housing is like a new avenue to play the game, and it's really, really good for what it is. They did an incredible job with housing. From a design perspective, I don't think I can say enough good things about it, and I think it's cool. But I feel like the community of WoW players, there's been so much talk about housing for so long that I feel like there's a little bit of housing news fatigue and housing talk fatigue. And I think that's why people kind of have a negative, that fatigue is why people are having a negative reaction to hearing more about housing stuff. Because generally speaking, housing has been, has had an overwhelming positive response to it from the community. I just think now it's like, okay, Midnight's coming out in a month, Burning Crusade is coming out in a week. What's going on with the original 2019 classic timeline, which is, I mean, they talked a little bit about it. They said escalation, Siege of Orgrimmar, that stuff is happening. And then they gave us a 1 year sort of time frame, what's going to happen in 2026 and what the patch cycle is going to be like for Burning Crusade, which is good. But I would have liked to see them talk just a little bit more about Burning Crusade, given that it's coming out next week. There was a post a few weeks back talking about all the stuff with Burning Crusade Classic, and sometimes whenever Blizzard rehashes, or whenever any company rehashes some information that they've already given out, people get upset because, like, we already know this, we've already heard this. But as a streamer, I used to be one of those people. But as a streamer, I've learned that no matter how many times I will say something, people will always be like, wait, I didn't know this. I didn't know this. And you just constantly are bringing it up. Like, how many times have I brought up what server, like, how many times do you see a streamer say what server they're playing on? It's in their title. People still ask, is this Horde or Alliance? You're like playing like an orc. Like, this is stuff that just constantly is happening, and it's just the attention span of the average person is pretty low, and they just don't notice things, right? Or sometimes news just goes under the radar. So I think it could be, it would have been nice to at least like touch on a couple things with Burning Crusade and let people know, hey, Burning Crusade's coming out. This is what the plan is. And I really wish they would have said something about the raids and the raid difficulty. I'm gonna show this real quick. So, you can see this is the entire roadmap for 2026 for Midnight, for Burning Crusade, and for Mist of Pandaria. They're not doing anything with Season of Discovery, which has some implications, and I'll talk about that. I did not think we would get Classic Plus news, but I think we're getting some breadcrumbs, and again, I'll talk about that in a second. This is pretty fast. Excuse me. Okay, I thought I had a burp, but it didn't come out. This is pretty fast. But all of Anniversary is kind of fast. And there's a couple of things with it being kind of fast. For me, Burning Crusade is my favorite version of WoW. I love Burning Crusade from a gameplay perspective. For Grayson raid. Grayson, thank you for the raid, dude. I hope you get some sleep. How long was Grayson awake for? Were you surprised at all with no Wrath Anniversary announcement? I think they'll tell us that at BlizzCon. I was a little bit surprised they didn't allude to it, but they're probably just going to save that for BlizzCon. As I was saying, this is a little fast. And Anniversary in general, I think they want it to be a little bit faster. They want to have easier raids. They're doing everything pre-nerf. I'm not a big fan of, excuse me, I said pre-nerf. They're doing everything post-nerf. I'm not a big fan of that. I've talked about it quite a bit. In Burning Crusade 2021, like the original classic timeline, which is now in Mist of Pandaria, people might not remember this, but we did like Karazhan and Gruul's, and we were doing the tier 4 content, and when the tier 4 content came out, a lot of people were like, wait a second, is this nerfed? Why is this so easy? This is so much easier than we thought it was going to be. And Blizzard came out and confirmed, and they were like, no, it's not post-nerf. This is all like launch Karazhan, launch Gruul's, launch Magtheridon. Now, Magtheridon was pretty tough. It was. But it's a big coordination fight. Gruul's, on the other hand, was okay. I think Gruul's was like the perfect difficulty, and then Karazhan was a complete cakewalk. That's why it's so surprising that now, this many years later in Anniversary, they want to release the tier 4 raids post-nerf, because it was so easy back then. And actually, we sat in phase 1 for a long time. If you guys remember, we sat in phase 1 of Burning Crusade for kind of a long time, and there was a little bit of fall off because people got bored, in addition to a few other problems. Now, I can't say enough, I can't stress this enough, I think Burning Crusade in 2021 the team working on Burning Crusade then was so good about being quick to fix things and being like, really just being like, hey, enough of this no changes bullshit. If something's a problem, we're gonna fix it. They added the same like faction versus like the same faction competing battleground so that Horde didn't have like ridiculous queue times. They added different ways for you to get PvP gear. They added the honor like rep vendor stuff earlier. They added, hey, you can take old tokens. So like I could take like the tier 5 tokens that drop in Serpent Shrine and Tempest Keep, and I can turn them in and get last season's arena gear. So that way it was like funneling more people into arenas and getting more people to play the entirety of the game. Making people feel like, hey, there's no way I could try this new thing because I have no chance of getting other gear. They did some really, really, really smart stuff with that. The seal twisting, seal of blood stuff, I was very vocal about that. I had the opportunity to talk to them about that. I'm still super grateful that they did that because it's unbelievably fun, right? The seal of blood and seal of vengeance, right? Having both factions have the same seals and all that stuff. So that stuff's all coming back, right? All that stuff's coming back, but they're also doing more in Burning Crusade. They're making arenas more accessible by reducing the rating requirement for a weapon, which I think is fine. Like, I think it's 1850 normally, and then they're changing it to 1700. They're making it to where you can get the blue PvP set through rep while you're leveling. So like you're leveling up and you're getting reputation from like Honor Hold or Thrallmar or whatever, and you can get some PvP pieces so that way it's a little bit more accessible to people if they want to try to do arenas. And I think that's a super smart change. I think a lot of the PvP changes was great. They got rid of the team charters, exactly, Rockman. They got rid of the team charters, which teams were cool. I like the idea of teams, but the execution of teams really limits the amount of people that can play because you can't play with people, and it's just weird stuff. So they did a lot of really good stuff on the PvP front for Burning Crusade, but they didn't talk about all this stuff, right? I really wish they would have touched on this stuff. Now, here's the juice. Let's talk about the juice, all right? And you know, if we're making a video about this, we probably want to put this in at the beginning. Okay, we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff here, and then I want to kind of tie it back into kind of the Classic Plus and the. Okay, the conspiracies. They mentioned a couple things, and they alluded a couple things. Okay, on. So, let's talk a little bit about Classic Plus stuff. I said I didn't think they would talk about Classic Plus. I think that they will allude to certain things. And one of them was like Holly made a joke with, I'm so glad to announce, and then she had somebody interrupt her or whatever. So it's like something is coming at BlizzCon, we don't know what. Something related to Classic is coming at BlizzCon, we don't know what. It could just be Wrath, but I don't think so. I really do think that they're trying to take the stuff that they learned from Season of Discovery, the stuff they've learned from Classic, and everything that's happened in the last 7 years. Think about how insane that is. 7 years ago, Classic came out. I feel like they're saving everything for BlizzCon. Like I said before, I'm actually planning on hosting like a big thing at BlizzCon. Like I'm working on an event adjacent to BlizzCon that I think will be really cool. I've been working on it for a few months. I'm super excited. I haven't announced it yet officially because I'm still working on it, but it's been 7 years, man. And there's a lot of different people playing Classic WoW today than the people that were playing 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago with the Nostalrius crew. The people like, for us, like the people fighting, you know, for frickin' on the front lines, dude, frickin' waving the flag, waving the banner for Classic WoW, for legacy servers. You know, it's a lot of different people now, and because of that time, like you kind of have started to rehash and see different things, and people have different opinions for two reasons. One, because they don't know any better. The other reason is because things change, right? My opinions have changed about certain things, and I'm very vocal about whenever I'm like, oh, I used to think this and I was wrong, right? I feel like I was, if there's something like that happens, I'm like, yeah, like I was actually wrong about that, and my opinion changed because I saw this. This is why. I think from the Agron tweet from a few years ago saying that his role has changed on the WoW team to be more about the greater vision of Classic over time. I think from the way that everything has been handled as far as like the patch schedule, the release cycle, everything that you know about Season of Discovery, there's a lot of little breadcrumbs. The announcement, them saying they made an announcement for an announcement at BlizzCon. I think all these little breadcrumbs and all these little things that they've done over the years, even like Titan Forge servers. Now, I don't know who's there freaking working on Titan Forge. Again, I'm not a Wrath of the Lich King guy, but I understand why Wrath of the Lich King is so good, or why so many people like a lot of Wrath of the Lich King. For me, I don't like Wrath that much because of like my class changed a lot and I don't really like Wrath Ret. But even though I think, aside, I think Protection and Holy and Wrath of the Lich King is amazing for Paladins. But anyway, regardless. Whoever is working on the Titanforge servers, I don't know if it's Blizzard or NetEase or what, they're doing a really good job with being quick to do things. I've been paying attention to the Titanforge servers and they're constantly boom, 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 boom. They are constantly putting stuff out, trying something new, and that's what you need. And I've said this time and time again. I really wish with Classic they would just do things. And if something is broken, if something doesn't work, if something is bad, just fix it. And if your fix is bad, change it back. And I know that's like, that kind of goes against how Blizzard operates, because anytime you have a big company, you have a whole chain of command. It's got to go up the chain, gets approved, and then down. Okay, now do this thing, and it's ridiculous, right? It's just how big companies work. It's a ridiculous thing that happens. In some ways it makes sense, but it's like a whole ridiculous process that leads to things moving very slowly. And Titanforge servers are not operating in that way. I don't know if it's a China thing or what, but they're doing a really, really good job with that. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is, right? That's just how like management stuff works. So, you know, it's a serious conversation when Esfand stands up. Yeah, I was doing the memes. Dude, I couldn't find a white shirt, and I found a white shirt that was in a package. That's why my shirt is creased. Yes, it's a new shirt because I couldn't find my other white shirt, and I opened up a package because I had to do my Pepe Sylvia meme. Yeah, that's where that comes from. So that's why I got the creases. I trust NetEase with any game the way they do Rivals. Rivals pretty good. But here's my question to you guys. Like, how did you guys feel about the roadmap overall? I think that I really feel strongly that we are going to get something about a Classic Plus. I just hope Blizzard does it right. I'm really, really excited about Burning Crusade Classic and everything that's going to happen this year. I just hope Blizzard sincerely considers this. Give us post-nerf raids, that's fine. But if you will, especially because of the shortened timeline of Burning Crusade Anniversary, if you could give us a heroic mode that had pre-nerf raids that gave us one more piece of loot to help offset the fact that it's a faster timeline and you can reward the people that want to play the game in the original way, I think would be unbelievably cool. And I think that kind of makes everybody happy. You can have the people that want the post-nerf, you get to do your raids and you get to do everything. You still get all the same gear, the same power level, you just get one less piece of it. I think that is a really, really good compromise that makes everybody happy. And I can't really think of a negative that comes out of that. So it's not too late. The raids are coming out on, I think, September. I think February 19th, the raids are coming out. The arena season starts February 17th. It's not too late. Flip the switch. 2 runs per week. They should be tied to the same lockout. Yeah, they should be tied to the same lockout. So, please, I really, really hope, if anybody from Blizzard watches this, please consider that. Because I think I know a lot of my original guildies didn't come back to Burning Crusade because of the raid, the post-nerf raids. Some of them were just waiting for Classic Plus. Some of them are still back. But there's a lot of people that are like, this just doesn't sound very fun to me. And I'm like, I think it's still gonna be fun because it's still like the crew. But I do agree the actual raid content is going to feel a little bit lackluster for people like that. But now you can address this other audience of people. And hey, Money Man at Blizzard. Okay, look, listen. Got an old $60 boost. You think these fellas aren't going to come back? You announce that thing now, they're going to start writing the checks, okay? They're going to start writing the checks, money man at Blizzard. I know the bottom line, okay? Here you go. Here's $60. There's one boost. Here's another boost, okay? Here, I know what it's about. By the way, you know, okay, it's probably not going to be with a checkbook or note cards like this, but I know what it's all about. I know you guys are trying to make the cash, all right? Announce it. It's a little late. It's okay, okay? You can just make $60 a boost. They're all coming, okay? They're all coming back. You're gonna do, hey, it's gonna be great, okay? You get all that money. Ooh, ooh. That's good stuff, okay? Why are you wasting paper? Okay. I will use the other side of that. But that's the thing, man. More people are going to come back if you add like a heroic mode where you have post-nerf raids. Or, excuse me, pre-nerf raids. How many times am I going to get those mixed up whenever I'm talking? Pre, post, whatever. It's because post-nerf is like post-higher difficulty, but it's easier difficulty. I think that's why. So, anyways. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the YouTube video. I'm going to do an outro for the YouTube video. Thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you guys think about the roadmap. I do think we're going to get a Classic Plus eventually. I did not think we'd get a Classic Plus news today, but there's some breadcrumbs. I'm almost 100% certain at this. Actually, you know what? F it. I'm 100% certain that at this point, we're going to get Classic Plus news. Either a yes or a no at BlizzCon, September 12th. It's going to happen. All right? I'm confident, entirely confident. I'm just gonna start making crazy claims, just to see what happens. But I hope you guys enjoyed. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow my Twitch. I multi-stream everywhere. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, Kick. Follow my Twitter, come join the Twitter community, ESF. I might change the name, but yeah, come join my Twitter community as well. Follow me on Twitter. My Instagram, I'm gonna work more on Instagram this year. Yeah, we need to work more on Instagram this year. That's the goal for this year, is do more. That's the goal for this year. So if you don't follow me on Instagram, follow my Instagram as well. So, Esfand, you couldn't find a single person that knows how to use an iron. I just opened this now for the meme. Unbelievable. All right, thank you guys for watching YouTube. We'll see you guys later. Okay, good end of the video. Hey, we're gonna raid today, by the way. Bruce Banner, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, man. Tier 1, 3 months. Bruce Banner. No, the stream is not over. Yeah, the stream is not over. Subbing 80 months. Jason Monday. Chat, now the party has started.
Imagine subbing for 80 months, LULW.
Chat, the party starts now, okay? All right. I want to do this next. With the rest of the stream here. Bruce Banner with a 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Bruce Banner. Okay, so we're finally here in the final section of our Classic Plus survey. The final portion of the Classic Plus survey. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Fix the lights here. Oh, let me do this too. All right. Corpo, we mean business today, guys. We mean business today. And we're doing the last part of this Classic Plus survey. Again, this is a community survey. This is not an official Blizzard survey. This is something that Jordy made. It's a community thing. There's a lot of crazy stuff in this survey, and I think that's kind of the point of it, just to be completely off the wall and ask all kinds of ridiculous questions. And more than anything, this entire thing so far, we've done a few videos of this. This entire thing has been a, it's been a sort of, it's been a good lightning rod for discussion. It's been a good catalyst for discussion. And we are going to touch on the last portion of this survey today. We already talked systems, but we're going to talk about the player survey. So let's go into it. Wait, Julia's here? Yo, what's up, Julia? What did Julia say? I was in my flow state, chat. Check Discord, White Hardo. Okay. Okay. Oh, Red Bull's messaged me. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, let's continue. Wait, no, Julia, what'd you say? What did Julia say? Me and Arthur just started playing. Oh yeah, whisper me in game, I'll send you an invite. Yeah. Yeah, whisper me, I'll get you an invite, Julia. Yeah, Night Slayer Horde. Are you still reading out the guild applications? Well, we're just inviting everybody, and then I'm using that guild application as like a survey thing. Yeah, I'm gonna log on soon, actually, Julie, if you want to play. Okay, so anyway, let's talk about the player survey. By the way, I just want to say this. I want so badly to have a dark portal right there. Would that not be the most amazing thing in the world if there was a dark portal right there? I think about it every day. Fix Danny. Danny's legs broke. He didn't pay me my money. Okay, anyway. Let's get to this. I've got a dark portal for you. Sick. What's up, Fix? Okay. Player survey. Classes and talents survey. How would you rate the class balance in Vanilla WoW? I think the class balance in Vanilla WoW is way better than people give it credit for, but I'm talking about in the entire scope of the game. I think in PvE it's pretty bad. I think in PvP it's pretty good. A lot of people say there's like a lot of negativity about the class balance. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is, because the PvP balance is pretty good, and the balance is also you fill in a lot of gaps with like the different professions and different consumable items and stuff that you can get in PvP to really make up for that. So with that being said, I would say it's like in PvE it's like a 2 or a 3. It's pretty bad at the highest level, like at the min-max highest level. In PvP, this is why this is like a loaded question. There's a lot of questions like this. In PvP, I would say it's about like an 8. It's really not that bad. So with that being said, I'll give it like a 5. That's what I think. I'd give it like a 5. I might give it a 6 actually, as I'm thinking about it a little bit more. Because I might, like in PvP, it's really not that bad. Classic balance like a 5 or a 6 in my mind. Yeah, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I would say it's like a 5 or a 6. I think it's like a 5.5. Do you think any balancing needs to happen, or if so, should it be balanced? I don't think there should be true balance, because the fact of the matter is this: balance is boring. Okay, and I'm not talking about druids. Sorry, but there needs to be some normalization. But perfect balance is boring. I think one of the best parts about like, I think whenever every class has something that's like kind of BS, is usually whenever things are the most fun. Everybody has something that's kind of BS, right? But like having this perfect balance is just really boring. Classes can have different damage profiles, but they all need important utility, so they bring them. This is kind of the design principle around Burning Crusade. Like a lot of the classes, like, and I'm not saying every raid brings everything, but for example, Rep Paladins in Burning Crusade, they increase the entire raid's damage. Balanced Druids, they increase the entire raid's hit chance on a target. Arms Warriors. Arms is like the PvP warrior spec, but if you're an Arms Warrior, you increase physical damage on the target for everybody attacking the target. It's pretty good, right? So I think having something like that is good. Again, I want to reiterate this exact thing that I'm talking about and these exact examples that I'm giving are why I think the starting point of the design discussion for a Classic Plus should be the Burning Crusade pre-patch. I think Burning Crusade pre-patch addresses and builds on a lot of the perceived issues of Classic WoW from a design perspective. You know, the things they do for the hybrids, like the things they do for druids, the things they do for shamans, the things they do for paladins. I think a lot of this stuff does get addressed really, really well in Burning Crusade. So starting with that like 2.0 patch is pretty good. Now, I don't think you should have 41 point talents, but that doesn't mean I don't think that the 41 point talents maybe could or should even be in those talent trees. And I might make like some YouTube videos talking about this stuff, like some reimagined talent trees based around like 31 point talents, right? Like if you took Burning Crusade talents and kind of merged them with vanilla talents and then put them down to 31 points. I think it'd be fun that'd just be like a fun discussion, right? So maybe I'll do some videos talking about that at some point or do it on stream. Which of the following talent trees in your opinions need a major revamp? If we're talking about vanilla, man, major is such a strong word. What does major mean? I don't think major, I don't know if anything needs a major revamp. Because would you guys consider a major revamp of a talent tree for any class from vanilla to Burning Crusade? Just to gauge what you guys think is major. Because I'm trying to think of a good example, and maybe you guys can remind me. I don't think Paladins have a major revamp. I wouldn't. There's a couple things, like Reckoning gets completely reworked. Like that, I wouldn't call it a major revamp for Paladins. The top of the tree doesn't really change, or like the lower level stuff doesn't really change. So I wouldn't call that a major revamp. It's just new stuff is added. Now, would it be a major revamp if we do what I talked about earlier and you took those 41 point talents and kind of mashed them with the vanilla and made them 31, like made those trees condensed down to 31? Maybe that is a major revamp. Like maybe that would be considered like a major revamp. Esfand 2026, Crusader Strike isn't major. Listen to, okay, this is something I'm getting like really annoyed by. People respond to what I'm saying, repeating back to me something I never said, or like filling in the blanks of what I'm saying with all the wrong information. What does revamp mean? Revamp is whenever you take something and then you change it, right? Like something that's already there. I specifically said the Paladin stuff, a lot of the top of the tree doesn't get reworked. They add some big time stuff, but the top of the tree isn't really like a major revamp. That's why I asked, like, would you consider it to be a major revamp going from vanilla to Burning Crusade? Not really, but there's some major additions. Now, if you were to take those additions, again, I'm repeating myself, but this is something that clearly people didn't hear the first time. If you take those additions and you condense it down to now a 31 point talent tree, is that a major revamp? Probably. And I do think that's a very fun thought exercise. And the more and more I think about it, I think it would be really cool to do that. Don't mansplain me. I'm paladin-splaining you. Light be with you. So, again, this is the problem with this survey. And the problem with any survey, by the way, is it pigeonholes you into certain types of like black and white answers. And there's way too much nuance in game design to be able to really direct a discussion through like check boxes. You know what I mean? It's really hard. So anyway, I'm just gonna skip this one because I would consider, yeah. Should new roles for some classes be added to Classic Plus? Check all that you like to see. No. Huh? Tank Pal. I tanked all of Classic as a Paladin in vanilla. That's already a thing. We had a Paladin tank in our raids. We had a Hark. Tanked is a strong word. No, by tanked, I mean I ran my raid into the ground. You know what? I think like a melee hunter isn't crazy. Like I think survival should be more. I think that's what it was. I think originally before the rework, survival was like a melee spec before the hunter rework, but it was like a really really bad one. But you think I would kill melee hunter? Or sorry, melee weaving? Should classes receive new or adjusted abilities to make their rotation more interesting as they did or tried to in Season Discovery? So again, this is such a loaded question because what's the stopping point? Technically, I say yes because of like I definitely think there's stuff they could do. Like I think you could give Rep Paladin's Crusader Strike, right? I think you could give Prop Paladin the Taunt. I think you could give Enhancement Shaman's dual wielding, right? You could give them some of these things that they get later on. What's another good example? I think doing something to casters to kind of make their rotation a little bit nicer, because that really doesn't happen until Wrath. And this is kind of with like the Season of Discovery thing. Maybe you do something to where it's not spam Frostbolt. In fact, not even maybe. I think you should do something to where casters are not, like mages don't just spam Frostbolt all the time. I think there's something that you should add to clean that up. Now in PvP, they're already insane. And that's the biggest problem I have with a lot of this balance stuff that they do. And Warlocks with Shadowbolt, by the way. My biggest problem with, whenever I talk about Season of Discovery, did a lot of good stuff from a gameplay standpoint and a lot of bad stuff from a system standpoint. The entire thing was just Band-Aid fixes, which is the same thing they do in retail WoW and they did in WoW for years. So like history is repeating itself and it's like, okay, well you're just gonna do less damage in PvP. Like you go into a battlegrounds, you just do less damage. Saved. It's like, yeah, but what if I'm in like world PvP? Or what if I'm like also just doesn't even feel good, right? You have like one scope of damage and how hard you're hitting out in the world, and then you go into a battleground, you just do less damage. That's really dumb. I just think it's dumb. But you have to find a way to balance everything in a way to where things get cleaned up. So again, I'm gonna say it again. The starting point of the design discussion of a Classic Plus. I think if you approach it with starting with Burning Crusade, pre-patch, and then you adjust from there, I do think it's very, very wise because it kind of works. I do think there's a little bit too much damage right now, and you might want to scale the damage down a little bit, and it would probably be good for PvP, but there is a little bit too much. You're 10,000% right on this. I don't know how many zeros that is, but thank you, I appreciate it. But the worst kind of balancing and the worst kind of fix that you could possibly do in a game is to just throw a Band-Aid on something and be like, oh, it works now, because this doesn't really design the game in such a way that you can iterate on it, you can build on it reliably without there being other issues down the road. This has happened over the course of many, many years in a lot of little things in retail, and then they end up having to go back to fix it, which a lot of times they do, but that takes years, you know? And the type of people that play Classic WoW and want Classic WoW, it's two different types of MMOs, and a Classic Plus should be, from a design perspective, a Classic WoW style of MMO that is built up upon. Retail WoW is played very, very, very differently than Classic. It is a completely different MMO at this point. It's very, like, there's a lot of things that retail does really well for a lot of people. For a lot of these people, not all, but a lot of these people don't like the same things that work for this game. For some people it does. For some people, neither game works. They don't like WoW at all. They're ball and gun gamers, okay? They play FIFA and they play Call of Duty, okay? These are ball and gun gamers. Then you have me, the enlightened ball and sword gamer. I'm among you. That's right. The first ever ball and sword gamer is right here. You're welcome. We play football and we play WoW. That's right, brother. That's right. Okay. No, not like, guys. Why don't post that emote. Okay. If new abilities get added to classes, how should they be learned? You can do different stuff. I think it should be the normal way, but I think some of the Season of Discovery rune stuff was incredible. Like the Divine Storm quest for Season of Discovery was crazy. That was dude, that night was magical. I remember like all the people in the Paladin Discords trying to be like, what do we do? And oh my gosh, I feel so bad. What was the name of the guy that finally figured it out? Because we were going around the world trying to figure out what was his name? Somebody figured it out and it was amazing. And then we made a 40-man raid to get the Divine Storm quest. And this is what the coolest part about Divine Storm was. It was like we had to go do like level 30, like between level 30 and 40 stuff, and we were stuck at level 25. So we needed a massive raid of people. It was so cool. Yeah. But here's the problem with the runes. It was cool the first time, and then it kind of got boring. But I do want to give credit where credit is due. I think that the beginning of it was great. I think there's just different, you can have something that comes from a quest. I think most stuff should be through a trainer, but I don't even think a lot of stuff should be added. But I think just you can do different stuff. You can be creative with it. So you don't want to bloat the game. How would you feel if the talent trees in Classic Plus were larger, meaning they went further down requirement? No, I feel very strongly that it should be 31 points, because that 31 point cap gives you a lot of different build variety, and it makes things really interesting because there's no one cookie cutter spec. That's one thing that people thought years and years ago that ended up being not the case today. There's no one cookie cutter spec for a class. There's different builds and different specs for different things that you want to do, which is what is, again, a core. So again, a core design principle, and I'm going to talk about this a lot. One of the core design principles of Classic WoW is that you don't play a spec, you play a class. And I think having too deep of a talent tree limits that. And we're seeing that in the Burning Crusade pre-patch with 41 point talents at level 60, because we only have a few extra talent points to spend elsewhere, and it's not really all that great. So if you were to condense those down into that 31, then it gives you a lot more build variety and lets you be a lot more creative and really tool your character to play your class in your way that you want to play it for the specific thing that it is that you want to do. Like, if you play a hybrid, I'm always going to use these Paladin examples. But if I want to do like an AoE grinding build, it might be different than my raid single target tanking build, which might be different from my off tank AoE tanking build, which might be different from my Ret PvP build, which would be different from my Ret PvE build, which would be different from a different kind of like maybe like Holy Reckoning stuff in vanilla, or like just Reckoning, which is like a protection Ret hybrid in vanilla, or even in Burning Crusade, right? Some people do Reckoning stuff. I do Reckoning. I do Reckoning more now, but like there's still plenty of like deep Ret, like Crusader Strike PvP builds too. It just depends on your comp. It depends on who you're playing against. It depends on what your team is, all that stuff, right? It's your comp. But there's a lot of different factors, like the current meta, and that's what's cool. I think that is a very cool thing, and that's what makes one of the things that makes the design of Classic WoW so great. You play the class, not the spec. Super cool. So no. They should not don't change talent trees. I do think they should change the talent trees. I don't think that they should make them larger. So again, this is like another question that pigeonholes you into something. How would you feel if each talent tree had a capstone talent choice, meaning the bottom of the tree had 2 distinct talents, of which you could only pick one? I feel like that's my initial reaction, because I always ask myself whenever I see some kind of like off the wall suggestion, like something that is completely out of left field, why would this be bad? And why would this be good? This is one of those things. So the reason why this could be good is like, oh, you have a really powerful talent, but you don't want them to have the access, like the option of having both talents. Maybe one is for PvP and one is for PvE, and they have to choose for that spec. Maybe one is for like a style of that spec. Two-handed Fury versus dual-wield Fury for a Fury Warrior. That's like the pros, maybe, of why you would do that. But I think it's better designed to build that into the actual talent tree itself. The reason why I think it could be bad is the reason why I think it's bad is it ends up pigeonholing you into that illusion of choice. That illusion of choice that starts to hit is you end up taking the talents that are just going to be the best for whatever it is. And now it actually pigeonholes you into not being able to pick that thing at all. If you build those options into the talent tree itself, then maybe somebody could be creative with it and come up with like a fun, goofy build that is like, oh yeah, I'm doing this thing because I was able to put these things together, and I wanna do, again, I'm gonna use the two-handed Fury versus dual-wield Fury example, right? Because a lot of warriors go dual-wield Fury in Classic for PvE. You could go two-handed Fury, but it's not really good unless you're Horde, because Horde has Wind Fury Totem, and Wind Fury scales harder for two-handed. But anyway, so yeah. To be fair, Classic Plus means changes. Yeah, okay. I don't know what level of intellect somebody would have to have. I'm just gonna say this real quick. It blows my mind where people are taking what I'm saying and they don't understand that I'm talking about building on something, and I'm talking about the core design philosophies being the same while adding things to the game. That's the whole point of Classic Plus. Classic Plus doesn't mean changes. Classic Plus means taking Classic WoW and building upon it. And you can't build upon something in a way that uses different design principles and design philosophies than the core of what the game is. So you take the core of what it is and you build on it. I'm not saying don't change anything. I've talked about 1,000 things to change. Like at a certain point, I'm like, are you guys intentionally misunderstanding me? Like, because you just want to disagree? It's crazy. Why say many word when few word do trick? That's a good point. Yeah. My bad, dog. I wasn't responding to you. Oh no, it's okay. I'm aggro about it because there's so many YouTube comments that I know they're not watching the videos, and they're just saying something. I'm like, it gets so annoying to me when I'm like, you guys are just being inflammatory and arguing, but I know you're not watching the video, because how could you say I said this thing when I obviously didn't say this thing, right? It's super annoying. Yeah. Cause I feel like I'm trying to like, I care a lot about something, and I'm trying to like back it with logic and proper discussion and making things better. And then I feel like that it's not being reciprocated with that same sort of like care for what's being said, you know? And it's very frustrating because I'm like, you're just wasting everybody's time when that happens. Yeah, it's like you're just being a bad actor. How would you feel if each talent tree? Oh yeah, I don't really think they should do this. I think it depends on how they would implement it, but I don't think that this is a good idea. Should every class get a movement speed, talent, or ability? No. Should mass res be a spell? Should damage over time, heal over time spells be able to be crit baseline for all classes? I feel like if they do this, it needs to only be in PvE, in raids or something. But like, man, this is like going down. See, again, this is like when we're talking about like design principles, like, because if you have like a big world PvP fight and somebody's just mass resing out of combat, it's crazy. I think there should be like a long cooldown mass res so that it's only usable in raids or something. And I'm leaning towards no. But if they were to add it, I don't think they should, but if they were to add it, that should be the implementation. Should damage over time, heal over time spells be able to be crit baseline for all classes? No. What? Should each class and classic have one? Because here, if you do this, then you have to rebalance the entire thing. Should each class and classic have one spec tailored specifically for PvP? Because then you have to reduce the amount of damage they do and have it coincide with the type of gear that's available to you. Like, that's all part of the balance. So you end up having to rebalance the entire class and change the entire class. Didn't res put you in combat? Well, no, but I'm saying if like you're in PvP and then somebody's just, they res and they're in combat and their combat drops and they res again. Dodge should have something else to scale it. Well, no, they scale with damage. They scale with plus damage. Heal scale with plus damage. Like, guys, do you know how strong warlocks already are in classic WoW? How much crack are you guys smoking? Like, do you guys play this game? I swear to God, I think the people arguing against me here don't play the game. Nerf the dots then? That's what I'm saying. Like, if they were to do this, they would have to completely rebalance it. They would have to reduce the spell power scaling of dots. You'd probably, I don't know if you would reduce the baseline damage of the dots, but now whenever you reduce the scaling so they can crit, there's all kinds of different implications. And I don't think they're going to like rebuild the entire game from scratch. They're just not going to do that. You know? If class should 100% rebalance all the classes. They should not rebuild the classes from scratch. Like you realize this is like just kind of doing something like this. It has implications for all the different level ranges. Like that's It's butterfly effect. Everything is a butterfly effect. Now, I think you should just try something and do it and see what happens. But it's insane. Smooth Rare, you are retarded. No, unban that guy. I want everybody to know I want everybody to see how stupid this guy is. I want him to see how unbelievable. Like, you should feel so unbelievably bad for saying something like that. Unrelated to what we're doing, like, insane behavior. Disgusting person for saying something like that. That is disgusting. Insane. He was saying some like pedophile shit. Like, it was disgusting. Okay, anyway, let's continue. That's actually disgusting, Smooth Rare. Okay. Okay, anyway. Okay. Should each class in Classic Plus have one spec tailored specifically for PvP? They should add football EMS, right? Should each class in Classic Plus have one spec tailored specifically for PvP? No. You play, like, okay, hold on. There's certain specs that are better for PvP and they're optimal for PvP, but like, you play the class, not the spec, right? You play the class, not the spec. No, they didn't talk about TBC Hardcore or Classic Plus. Dude, I think TBC, I personally think Hardcore is, without PvP, WoW is just so boring to me. We're now going to ask you a question about your experience with each class, and depending on your answer, we'll present you with questions about that class. The questions are specific to that class, so make sure you know well enough to speak as interested. You want to present the goal is balance amongst them. What class would you consider your main or have a good balance of? Paladin. What? Okay. How would you rate Vanilla WoW Protection Paladin's kit in terms of solo content? Pretty good. 5-man. Like a 9. Actually, dude, solo, I would say like a 10, bro. 5-man, like an 8. Raid, like a 7. PvP, like a 4. PvP, like a 5. How would you rate, PvP, like a 4. Yeah, PvP, like a 5. How would you rate Vanilla WoW's Holy Paladin kit in terms of solo? In terms of solo, like 4. 5-man, 10. Raid, 10. PvP, 10. How would you rate Vanilla WoW's Rec kit in terms of solo? 8. 5-man. Raid, like 5. PvP, like 8. Should Consecration be a baseline ability? This could be something that is a baseline ability. I don't know. Every spec uses it, and it's nice for Holy to have, but I have no opinion on this. You could make it a baseline. How would you feel in addition to mana, Paladin had a secondary reason? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's like, again, that's just like, no. Should Paladin's itemization need strength or just strength? Strength and spell power is so freaking cool. And I'm telling you, if they had the seal system, the seal mechanics work exactly like they do in TBC Anniversary right now, Ret and Vanilla would be so freaking cool, man. I'm telling you, if things worked exactly the same way, even if there was no Crusader Strike, stuff working like it does right, like mechanics working the way they do right now, would be insanely good. It would be so, I'm telling you, I yearn. I've been thinking about it. It's in my head. I'm like, I yearn.
Can you call in a favor for me at Blizzard? They absolutely 100 need to make Disciplined Priest into a tank spec.
Shut up,
Classic
Zoom.
Plus. This is my hill I will die on in game.
Shut up, Zoom. I yearn for a vanilla WoW. Like actual vanilla that is, if they were to have the seal mechanics work the way they are right now in TBC Anniversary, which is different than how it was in TBC 2021, which is different than how it is in Classic Era, which is different than how it was Classic 2019. It's different right now. If it worked this way with the same sort of like the spell power on your PvP gear, the spell power on your AQ40 gear, the spell power on your tier 2 gear, it would be insanely fun. It would, I'm telling you, it would be good. It would be like, I'm telling you. See, that's like whenever I'm saying like I have 2 tracks of thought, whereas like the best version of vanilla, because like Reckoning, it was always broken in vanilla, it still is. So you have vanilla here, and you have Classic Plus here. They're 2 separate things, right? And they can coexist. Maybe. I don't know. But they're 2 separate things. Assuming Protection Paladin gets the support, it needs to be competitive. Should their itemization include spell power? Yes. 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 That is a cool class fantasy that you have spell power. Yes. What duration should Paladin Greater Blessings being classic? I mean, if they wanted to make it 30 minutes, it's fine. I think that's fine. 30 minutes, like it's whatever. Should a Holy Paladin, even if they made it 60 minutes, like who gives it? It doesn't matter. This legitimately doesn't matter. I think the 5-minute buffs should be 10-minute buffs. Like if they were 10-minute buffs, it's fine. Like I think it just doesn't matter. 60 minutes, 30. It's a non, whatever. Should Holy Paladins get additional resources power while in melee range with an enemy? I think the class fantasy of the Holy Paladin being like the front liner, boom, you're doing damage, and like melee healer, like that's like a retail WoW thing. Now that was how Paladins were originally intended to be designed in like the alpha, and they changed it. And I feel like that's a very retail WoW thing now. If you had like some kind of talent, if you changed a talent to be like, if you're in melee range, you get some kind of bonus, maybe it could be cool. But like, again, we're talking classic game design and classic philosophy. I would probably say no. Should Classic Plus be now? But again, I'm getting pissed at these freaking pigeonhole answers. It says, let me stay in the back with other healers. Each healer is different, okay? In PvP and PvE, I'm telling you, there's a guy. If you watch my old streams from years ago, he's the best Holy Paladin I ever played with. His name is Spoogie. And Spoogie was a badass, okay? He was a guy, he lived in Sweden. He was from Israel, lived in Sweden. We played on private servers together because in private servers we played on global servers. And Spoogie, man, I remember Spoogie coming in here. Malistar's Defender. He had his tier 2 gear. And back then we had progressive itemization. So the tier 2, the Judgment set, was a set that gave plus healing. It was a healing set until the 1.9 patch, the AQ40 patch. But Spoogie would come in like front line, like, all right, I got this shit, bitches. And he'd run in there and he would just be like bombing big heals in his full plate armor. And people would be beating on him and we'd be like, repentance, stun. And we'd be like peeling off of him and we'd do the paladin police force. Oh, dude, me, Drakova, Spoogie, and we'd go in like 3-man with paladins and we'd be beating like 5-man groups and we'd be doing all this fighting in Black Rock Mountain. Insane. Dude, we had so much fun. Now, why do I even bring this up? Because I miss Spoogie. That's why I bring it up. But the other reason I bring it up is because all the different healers have different roles in different types of gameplay. So like, let me stay in the back with other healers. Well, you have a Resto Druid who's like running around, right? He's changing forms, he's shifting forms, he's casting like entangling roots, and he might be doing other stuff, you know, doing Druid stuff. A priest is gonna have like power infusion, right? If they're a disc priest, they have like power infusion. They might be a little bit more like, I'm a clothy, I gotta get in the back. A shaman, very similar to a paladin, frontliner, okay? Frontliner, very aggressive, boom, somebody's casting a spell, Earthshock. Hey, that guy has a blessing of protection on him. Let's spam purge, purge, purge. Help the melee out. Dropping totems, Wind Fury. You know, very similar to a paladin. Paladin is like the battle, like, I'm a big tank. I'm coming in here. I got my plate armor. I got my shield. I'm taking a lot of melee damage. So yeah, like, that's cool. That is cool design, right? There's no let me stay in the back with other healers. No, every class is a little bit different, right? So, but that's already built into the game. It already works that way, you know? Should classes plus differentiate between long-term buffs, short-term cooldowns by changing names? Pausing at the hand? No. I don't really think so. I feel like when you do this is like a huge buff. I think it's kind of bad. Well, I guess they could still override each other, but it just doesn't matter. What version of any of Steel Toes has been classic? Sod. I mean, this is actually like a much more. This is so much more nuanced than anything else. By the way, like this is way more. I mean, two-way twisting would be crazy. We have two-way twisting now with Righteousness and Command. We always had two-way twisting with Righteousness and Command in 2021 TBC, but we didn't have two-way twisting with Command and Blood. I talk about this in my seal twisting video. But I mean, in this case, like if everything two-way twisted, it would kind of be nuts, but it might be kind of broken. I don't really know. But I think there's a lot more nuance to this question than what this is allowing. Should Blizzard support a shotgun playstyle? They already do that. Like that's already a thing. It's not very strong, but it's already a thing. Should turn undead extras and work on all enemy types? No way. That would be broken. It's just we just do too much damage. Like with exorcism, you do too much DPS in raids, and turn undead I think is just like what you're gonna give them a fear for undead players. I think is just I don't think that's a good idea. I think it just makes paladins too strong. You know. Turn undead actually did work for players. I think in the alpha. I don't remember if it was at the very beginning of the game, but. Okay. Yeah, what's up, Spence? Holy Shock doesn't fear bursts. No, I was talking about turn undead. Or where are you talking? Are you responding to somebody else in chat? What do you think about the beta abilities that never made it to Villa, such a Holy Strike for Paladin and Molten Blast for Shaman? I think that's something that's just kind of gone now. The roadmap showcase was terrible. Yeah, I mean, it was not super exciting for Classic. I think it was fine for Housing, though. Angel is with Centerfold. Okay. I didn't expect a Classic Plus announcement, to be honest, something that big is for BlizzCon. Yeah, I agree. I didn't expect that either. I would have hoped they would have talked a little bit about Classic, a little bit more, but yeah. PvC pacing does look good. It does, actually. I just hope they consider doing the thing. How much do you enjoy the current profession system in Classic WoW? I've never been a big profession guy, so I'm kind of a bad person to ask this question. What they say about Classic? Nothing, basically. They insinuated there's going to be Classic news at BlizzCon. What's your favorite Red Bull flavor? I like the Zero with the monk fruit. Rank the following professions by how much you enjoy them. Engineering is super fun. Then first aid is cool. It's like super boring. I just pick the most boring. Gathering professions is mining. You fight somebody over a mining node, I guess. Blacksmithing is okay. You have the fear trinket. You have like some cool like Lionheart helmet, Ebon hand, Sulfurous hammer, Nightfall axe. Yeah, I mean you have a lot of cool stuff. Arcanite Reaper. Arcanite Reaper sucks in Classic the way they, with no progressive itemization. Arcanite Reaper is not very good. And also with like the way that stuff is released, no progressive itemization, and having everything on the last patch makes Arcanite Reaper not nearly as good for how much it costs. It's kind of unfortunate because Arcanite Reaper ended up being like a dead meme in Classic. I mean, whatever. I don't care about all this. I really, yeah. I don't really care about all this. How do you believe the current profession system is in vanilla for leveling? I mean, I just think I've never been a big profession guy, so I'm just kind of gonna skip through these. We'll skip through most of this one. Many of the ingredients required for crafting are too hard to find. Some of them are. Again, I'm gonna use the Arcanite Reaper as an example. I think hold on. Some of them are. I'm gonna use the Arcanite Reaper as an example. The Arcanite Reaper.
Imagine watching this jackass dressed in church clothes pretending to be our paladin. Hey, imposter, our paladin wears Esfand logo shirt and red shorts. I jackass.
I was doing the Pepe Sylvia meme earlier. Okay. So look at Arcanite Reaper. So Arcanite Reaper, I think this takes 50, oh no, sorry, it's 20 Arcanite bars. I think 50 is like how much gold they would go at some point. But 20 Arcanite bars. So you need 20 arcane crystals and transmute them with thorium to get an Arcanite bar. That's really, really, really expensive for something that is not really that good. Now, it was really good back in the day. At level 58, getting an Arcanite Reaper, this thing would crank, and it's a sick-looking weapon. But, in fact, this is, I think, the highest... This is one of the highest DPS blue weapons. But it's so easy to get the other gear now, and also you have the strongest version of all the other gear without progressive itemization, that... I do think this, like, they I think the solution to this would be if they were to actually rework some of the recipes for some of the gear and the crafting to match the current state of the game. You account for the times of how the player base plays and what's available to them and how much of a certain material is out and about, because the economy of a server, the economy of the game is all supply and demand. Things that are very rare are more expensive, and things that are not very rare are very cheap. And Arcanite crystals are pretty rare. So if you want to not affect the rarity and not affect the cost of something like an Arcanite bar, then maybe it would be wise for an Arcanite Reaper to not take 20 Arcanite bars and instead maybe take something like, I don't know, 10 Arcanite bars or even less. I think even 10 Arcanite bars would be super expensive. I just dropped something on my desk. There we go, I fixed it. This is my little thing. Like if they made it like 5 Arcanite bars, that might be a little bit better even. You would finally see people using it more. But like, how much does an Arcanite bar cost? Oh no, Arcanite bars would be like 20 something, 20 to 30 gold. I'm starting to remember a little bit more now. So like if you had 5, instead of 20, you had 5 Arcanite bars, 6 enchanted leather, 2 dense grinding stone. You're looking at like somewhere in the 150 gold range. How much would enchanted leather go for? I can't remember. But like if Arcanite Reaper cost you like 150 to 200 gold, I think that's a lot more reasonable than the, 500, 600 gold that it would cost. Wait, enchanted leather was 50 gold throughout Classic? Oh, Arcanite bars. Arcanite bars, really? On Anniversary? I'm not surprised because they said the economy of Anniversary snowballed out of control. There were 100 gold at one point? That's crazy. Letting crafters do gear upgrades? I mean, you already have that, right? Like you can, with certain things, right? Like a mithril shield spike or something. That's crazy. Should gathering professions be changed to secondary professions? Probably not. Should professions give XP? I don't really care about this. I have no opinion on this. I think if you gave them XP, I think that's fine. I have no opinion. I don't think they should or shouldn't. If they did, it's whatever. I think that giving everybody the chance to gather every profession would make the gathering professions less valuable as a whole, and also it'd be really hard for an individual to go farm stuff. Should professions be rebalanced to give more value to diverse profession choices? Engineering was, I mean, I think having more cool things for the other professions, having more cool things for the other professions would be a good idea. That's one of the problems right now in Classic WoW is not all the professions have cool things that you get from them. And I think more cool things for all the professions would be a good idea. Should Classic Plus add profession specializations? Dragon Scale, Leatherworking, Armorsmithing, more professions, check all that apply. What? Okay, hold on. Doesn't everything already have that? I don't think it's a good idea to do it for gathering professions, because then, like, with gathering professions, what's happening is, like, there's an inevitable meta, and then everybody does one thing, and then nobody can get the other thing, unless they're adding more new types of, like, herbs. And then now, because everybody's one thing, then they can't get the other herb. And then it... In TBC it is, in Classic it isn't. Enchanting doesn't have anything. Alchemy has something, don't they? I could be misremembering. But enchanting doesn't have anything. Alchemy... Maybe I'm thinking of Flask Spec in TBC where you could proc an extra flask, right? Yeah. What does enchanting add? You get ring enchants, but like that's not a part of a profession specialization. There's no enchant specialization. And then tailoring, you have like the remind me what the tailoring is. There's something with the mooncloth, right? What is this survey? It's just a fan survey, Ashkandi. It's not an official Blizzard one. Yeah, like the shadow cloth and yeah. Primal mooncloth. Okay, yeah, that's right. Look, if they want to do that, that's fine. If they want to add all that here, I don't think they should do that for the secondary or gathering professions. If they were to do new crafting, I don't know if they would do a new craft. I don't know what you would even add. Like jewel crafting or something, if they wanted to add that. I don't know. That could be a crazy thing. I have no idea. Should gear crafted while you're leveling be more relevant and accessible? Yeah. I don't think it's bad right now. I just don't think this happens. But maybe it doesn't happen because it's not better and because it costs too much to make. So yeah. Should profession quests require that you learn the profession to complete or to allow you to purchase the items from someone with that profession instead? Should profession quests require that you learn the profession to complete or allow you to purchase the items from someone with that profession instead? I think you shouldn't even be able to get a profession quest if you don't have that profession to begin with. But if you want to purchase the item to turn in for a quest from another crafter, having that agency and having that social... Okay, this is a weird question. Okay. You should have to have that profession in order to be able to accept the quest in the first place. You should have to have that profession. However, to turn in that quest, like if the quest is like, give me a bronze tube, you shouldn't have to be the one that crafts the bronze tube. Now, maybe there's some part of it that you have to craft on your own or do something, but I think that it's good to give the players that agency to be able to purchase something that another crafter made, and then you purchase it from them. That communication, that social interaction occurs. That's good for an MMO. Or you can craft it on your own. You have the agency. You have the opportunity to do whatever you want to do. So, yeah, you should absolutely be allowed to purchase it. Should you be able to use gathering professions on corresponding elementals like in Burning Crusade? Remind me? Am I missing something here? What is it talking about here? What is it referring to? Oh, like mining an elemental. I have no opinion on this. Yes, no, maybe. I have no opinion on this. I think it's fine if they did that. Like certain guys, you could do that too. Should Black Lotus be more accessible? I feel like this is a slippery one. Part of me thinks yes. Like my intuition tells me yes. But like in what way are you gonna make it more accessible? Do you just increase the respawn rates? If you increase the respawn rates, then the bots are just gonna go faster, you know? Like, you know what I mean? I think something should be done there. I don't, if you add more spawns, there'll just be more bots. I think the bottom line for everything is to fix the bot problem. That's the bottom line. Fix the bots. The bots will win no matter what. Yeah. Which of these new races would you want to see in Classic Plus? Blood Elves and Draenei, maybe. Maybe. Can I say something? Like, I know some people might not agree with me, but I never liked the idea of goblins as a playable race. I just didn't. It felt a little bit weird to me because you see them in the Steam Weedle Cartel and all this other stuff for so long. It just felt a little bit odd, okay? That's all. That's all I have to say. I don't have a huge problem with them. You know, I'm cool with the goblins. You know, like, you guys do you, and you know, I support it. But personally, for me, I just thought it was a little weird. A little weird, you know? A little weird. Loot goblins. That's me. Coltiran. Dude, I want to make a Coltiran Paladin in retail so bad. I don't know. I just think Big Man Paladin is just funny. I have a question. Were Coltirans always fat? I don't remember Coltirans being fat in Warcraft. I think they just made them fat. I think they just made them fat in BFA because they were like, well, we need them to be, they're humans, but we have to have them be kind of different, you know? They made them fat in BFA because they wanted me specifically to be represented. That's very good. Congratulations, Saniku. I think something that could be interesting. I think High Elves and Blood Elves, having both of them is too confusing. Having High Elves and Blood Elves would be too confusing. In a world where you don't have Draenei, in a world where you don't have Blood Elves, High Elves would be part of the Alliance still, I think. I think they would still be a part of the Alliance. But then you would have to give the Horde something cool, and I don't know what you would give them. Ogres? Actually, Ogres kind of does make sense for the Horde. Because wasn't in like Warcraft 2, couldn't you have ogre NPCs when you played an orc? Rexar? Wait, what? Is Rexar like half ogre? I wrote Rexus instead of Rexar like Texas. Rexar, WoW, race. He is half ogre. I actually didn't know that. Actually, I didn't know he was half ogre. Interesting. Yeah, like if you did high elves for the Alliance and ogres for the Horde, that would make sense. Blood elves and Draenei. But I don't think you can have blood elves and high elves. Now think about how he was made. Well, they programmed him. You can't do the timeline. I think it doesn't really... I mean, there's still some high elves that exist, right? After Burning Crusade, there's still some high elves. But they're, like, very rare. Like, let's see, high elves in WoW. I'm just curious. The Quel'Drai and World of War, a scattered, nearly extinct remnant, mostly aligned with the Alliance, having refused to join the Blood Elves, the Sindarai. So the Quel'Drai is the High Elf, and the Sindarai is the Blood Elf, who adopted fell magic consumption with Kael'thas. Yeah, because you see them in the hinterlands.
Sunwell by pouring the wipe together and for
Yep. Let's see. Who are notable high elves? Sylvanas was a high elf. The Windrunners. Sun Chaser, and Illyrian Stronghold. Illyria was a high elf, right? Anyway. The remnants of the Alliance Expedition's High Elven Ranger Kato were reconnected with Aslan. After learning the Scourge invasion of Quell the Lost and their brethren related to Kael'thas Sunstrider, many of them chose to remain in Outland. High Elves are currently stationed at Illyrian Stronghold, and they also have taken up refuge in Shatrath. I wish there was a list of High Elves. It'd be kind of cool. Because there's like so few of them. Population. High Elven Society in Quell the Lost was highly regimented and it was difficult for individuals to move beyond their caste. I actually think a lot of the High Elf, Blood Elf lore is really cool. You could have High Elves that work like pandas and you can choose. Wait, you know what is kind of crazy? I feel like that is maybe what they should have considered doing with the High Elves. Like you could be a High Elf and then if you became a Blood Elf and took the fell magic consumption, you would do a quest at like level 5 and then you would go to the Horde side, kind of like pandas. I will help repopulate the High Elves. Nugash, it's okay. We don't need you to do that. Thank you for offering. That would have been a cool thing to do. But I feel like that's like a fantasy world type of thing, not something for Classic Plus. And then you could either be a High Elf on Horde, sorry, High Elf on Alliance or a Blood Elf on Horde. But then, would you just not add Draenei and you only have one new race? That could be kind of interesting, actually.
World of Warcraft, Baldur's Gate.
Blood Elf lore is kind of fire. Yeah, I think the High Elf Blood Elf lore is kind of fire, yeah. World of Warcraft, Baldur's Gate. I do want to play Baldur's Gate again, Obi-Wan. I really do. What did I miss for the WoW announcement for Classic? Nothing. They just gave a timeline. I posted it on Twitter if you want to go look at my Twitter. Coltirian Shaman on Alliance, Zandalari Troll Paladin. Zandalari Troll Paladin? I feel like if you went with High Elves and Ogres, it could be kind of cool, but I do think there's too many Elves here. High Elves and Ogres or Blood Elves and Draenei, one or the other is probably the best. The Worgen, I feel like the Worgen should be like lost. But what happened to Greymane? Like leading up to like leading up to seeing him in the Cataclysm. Wait, did you not see him in Cataclysm? Oh, there it is, Cataclysm. Curse of the Worgen, unleashing the Worgen. See, seceding from the Alliance. Okay, so they did. Yeah. The Worgen were not a part. So years after the departure of Quel'Thalas, who saved the humans' poor leadership, had led to the burning of their forest during the Second War. Alongside the liberation of the orcs from internment camps by Thrall, led to the departure of Gilneas and its military from the Alliance, and the beginnings of the construction of the wall to split his kingdom off from the world. I think Gen Greymane should be a boss in a Gilneas raid. And I think the Worgen should probably not be playable. And they should be your enemies. He's like that in Turtle WoW? Really? Yeah, I think Turtle WoW has like a lot of cool like concepts actually. Dude, if I had like a level 60 character to just play in Turtle WoW, I would totally do it. But I just don't have time to level up and play it in that way. Off stream, I actually wish I could do that just so I could play off stream and learn, right? And just kind of see like what other, because it's kind of like a good testing grounds to kind of have a little bit of idea. So anyway, how do you feel about neutral races choosing faction after the starting zone? It's funny because I don't like them, but I think that if they did that specifically for high elves, it would, yeah, like high elves and blood elves, and it was like a. But then if you did that, then you wouldn't add any other faction. But I don't really like it conceptually.
Why aren't vampires playable? I can be shiny and sparkly and gay.
Yep, you can. Out of 10, how much do you like the current racial trait system in Classic WoW? It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. I think it's a good system, but it's not balanced. You don't like Goblin Organ? No, not really. Usually with level do force 1 to 10. How would you feel about rebalancing racial abilities? Remove combat racials? No. Allow you to change your racials to whatever combination you want? No, because then why even have them? Balance them for all races, but don't change the soul system. I don't even think it needs like a hard balance. I think some things need to be addressed. Like weapon skill is way too powerful. In vanilla WoW, weapon skill is way too powerful. In Burning Crusade, they changed the weapon skill racials to give you expertise. Again, very strong. Expertise is a great stat. More valuable for some classes than others, but that's how all racials work. So I do think like some kind of like an adjustment or a tweaking of the racials to kind of account for the times and seeing what makes something work would be a good idea. But I don't think there should be like a hard rebalance that I can think of in vanilla. I mean, it depends on what you consider to be a hard rebalance, because you could say changing the weapon skill racials is a hard rebalance. It just depends on what you think. There's so much subjectivity to this entire thing, man. There's so much subjectivity to this entire survey that it really is just like a fun thing to let us talk about. Yeah. Weapon skill, way too high impact. How would you feel about cross-faction play in Classic? No.
What if Classic Plus was changed to take place right before the Third War? The Alliance would still have High Elves, the King in Lordaeron and Stratholme, world events and raids to fight the Scourge in Lordaeron, and the final raid boss would be
Wait, would be a giant duck? But what? Thank you for the 250 bits. I think that if you do a, I don't think you can change the timeline to make it before the third war because that changes the entire expansion. You know? Yeah, the third war is where Forsaken come from too. Yeah, like the undead. How do you feel about the current faction dynamic? Maintain 2 factions. Should gear mounts be faction specific? Yeah. Now, with that being said, having certain mounts be available to the opposing faction that... With this being said, having certain mounts be available to the different factions that might look like another faction's mounts is cool. Like the Baron mount, if you're an Alliance player and you can get a Baron mount from Strath Undead, super sick. It's like the coolest thing in the world, right? If you get like a ZG Tiger as a Horde player, that's the only way to get a Tiger. Like those things are very, very cool. So I feel like, yeah, these things should be faction specific for when you buy them from a vendor or whatever. But maybe if there's like a drop in the world that looks like an undead mount, looks like a tiger mount, maybe a Kodo. I don't know, right? I have no idea. Maybe like a. Actually, you can get a Hawkstrider, right? And in Matches Terrace, isn't there a Hawkstrider you can get? I think. Am I making that up? I thought you could. Anyway, yeah, stuff like that is cool. So. Should certain content like quests or dungeons be exclusive to particular factions and races? Sure. Let's we're talking about like epic quests of like faction, like class quests and stuff like that. Should the regular auction house be cross-faction? No. Okay, we're done. After that, it is done. Cinema. We finally did our final Classic Plus survey for this Classic project. Now, again, I wanna mention this. This again is not an official survey. This has nothing to do with Blizzard. This is more of a fun community thing, just to get people talking and just to get discussion out there, and to frustrate people. Okay, that is the only reason this exists. This is not something that Blizzard will do or see or whatever, but what Blizzard does see is, I know for a fact, I've been told.
Make faction neutral mounts, but they're all ducks. Specifically giant ducks, but 6. Also, all the ducks are named Dave. I fucking love ducks.
Yeah. So here's what I do know. I know that Blizzard does, and there's a lot of devs for a lot of games, they do read the comments on YouTube videos. They do look at stuff. So like, if you guys have feedback and if you guys want to have a discussion, you guys want to talk about this stuff, leave comments, right? If you guys want to say something positive about this, if you guys feel a certain type of way, just, you know, that there's a lot of ways that you could support the community as a whole. You know, say something nice. Say something not nice, right? Leave a comment. Let us know what you think. Like the videos, okay? Like the videos. There's so much to be said. There's so much to be said. There's so much to talk about. And if people really enjoy this stuff, maybe I will go through and kind of come up with my own like my own version of like how I would redo talents and stuff like that. I mentioned that a little bit earlier going through this, but it seemed like people really were positive to that idea. People would really like to see something like that. It would just be like a fun thing, again, just to talk about. So anyways, thank you guys for watching the YouTube video. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, all those things. Follow my Instagram, EsfandTV. Follow my Twitch, EsfandTV. Watch my streams here. Watch my streams on Kick, on YouTube, everywhere, on Twitch. Everything is EsfandTV. TikTok, Twitter, right? X, whatever you want to call it. Join the Twitter community. Join the Discord. Everything is EsfandTV. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys later. I love Classic WoW. Cool. Good YouTube video. YouTube, I thought we were watching Scooby-Doo. Well, we were. Okay, guys, it's game time. We're gonna do some raids today, chat. We're gonna do some MCBWL today. We are gonna do some MCBWL today. Is the guild app in Discord? It is. I should change my shirt now. Now that I'm done with my Pepe Sylvia meme. I love AI, yo. I go crazy when Esfand makes it drop. Thank you. Dude. Look at this LOS heal, LOS heal. I'm helping this guy. Paladin police force saving the day. Look at that. Paladin police force reporting for duty, chat. Saving the day from free facials. Gold, please, for saving your life. He didn't like that joke very much. He did not. Somebody need to get a life, dude. He's like so offended. Okay, I want to get a group together. We're gonna run some MCBWL. Now, which one should we run first? Should we run Blackwing Lair first or MC first? Okay, actually, hold on. I'll be right back real quick.
I'm back.
Okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I think we do first wipe of the day, guys. Actually, should we make a new YouTube stream for this? We should make a new YouTube stream for this. Encore and let's see. All right. By the way, tomorrow, Soda, Ompi, and I are gonna do an AQ40. All right, we're gonna get this set up here. Now it's time to play the game, chat. It's time to play the game. YouTube viewers. He's refreshing us? Yeah. Okay. If you're watching this VOD on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to the channel, leave a comment. Hey, if you guys, you know what I like a lot? People going back on my YouTube streams and leaving comments, like if you go to the live tab and just kind of like talking about the stream or like talking about individual things they liked and stuff like that is like a really cool sort of like form of feedback for me that I really enjoy. So if you guys want to go leave comments and stuff on the videos and different parts of the streams, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, it actually is pretty cool. So anyways,